Hey, I'm live. Cool. I don't know what the audio is going to be like because I'm live on my MacBook's webcam. It's meant to be. It's meant to be good. I don't know if anyone can put in the chat. I can't see anyone in the chat at the moment. So tell me how the sound. Ray, good Sunday afternoon to you too. Hold on, I'm just going to turn my light back on. Good Sunday afternoon. So all good. That's great. Yeah, I've got the new MacBook and it's meant to have really good speakers, but I'm not sure because I haven't actually used them for anything other than editing my videos. I'm hoping that they pick me up well enough. I was going to use my lav mic, but I just don't like having that thing here. No, not my first time. First time live streaming off the MacBook, yes, but first time live streaming, no. This is my second time. And I'm about to open up this bottle of wine because it wouldn't be a wine weekend without an actual bottle of wine. Hello, Holger, welcome. Let's see if I can get in under here. It is a cork. I wasn't sure whether the wine was going to have a cork on it or whether it was going to be a screw top. It turns out it's a cork. By the way, this wine, if you are ever in a rave, it's called Campo Viejo. It's Spanish, and it is awesome. I'm a red wine drinker. I had a couple of glasses of this in Lübeck when I was there teaching. Shout out to Elizabeth for introducing this to me because it is actually really, really good, and it's actually really, really cheap as well. So see if I can get this cork out. Yeah. And you're probably all going to hate me, but I don't have wine glasses, so I'm using my SodaStream glass as a wine glass.
Hey guys.
Oh, and here's Marianne. Prefer bottles with crown caps. Is crown caps like
You need this?
Ooh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Let me clean it first.
I was gonna say, yeah, okay, we have got wine glasses.
Of course we do.
I wasn't sure. They're not in the kitchen, so I don't know where they are.
Get you a nice one.
So first things first, yeah, you can Prost, cheers with wine or beer. Happy Sunday, happy October to all.
Still think it's pretty weird.
Marianne thinks it's
Did
weird.
you do it on this, like, at 4 p.m.?
Marianne thinks it's weird that I'm drinking wine live at 4 p.m. I think it's normal because in Australia we have Sunday sessions where you could start drinking at 11 a.m. and just drink all the way through. For people that work on Sundays, it's a little weird. But for people who are wanting to do it, especially when you're younger, when you're 18, 19, 20, you got all the energy in the world, people go out and drink on Sundays, and it's not that weird. You go over to your friend's house and drink from the sun up to sundown. So, but I mean, I don't drink a lot. I normally just drink at like birthday parties or celebrations. So I thought to myself, why not?
The nice elephant.
Elephant glass. You probably can't see. Oh, you can see it. It's an elephant on the glass. Can you please turn the TV off? Just the TV. I need the PlayStation on, otherwise my light doesn't work.
There's a remote.
In the corner over there. So we've got, hello to everyone. Archie, that's right, you're usually started right after church for noon on Sundays. Oh, by the way, also, I keep forgetting to do this in my vlogs, but thank you very much to Fred, and also thank you very much to Sweeney for being new patrons through Patreon. I just keep, every time I make a video, I think I have to do this again and welcome them to the Patreon community. I thought I might as well just do it on Livestream. So thank you, Shweeny, and thank you, Fred, for being a part of the Patreon team. If you guys go down to the description of the video, my Patreon link is there. That's the only time I'll say it throughout the whole stream. Click on the link. If you want to join the Patreon, you can. By all means, I'm not too stressed either way. And then also, if you're wanting to do super chat, which when you type your comments, you can see the little dollar sign there, you can send a one-off payment with super chat. So it's completely up to you. I'm just letting you know those things are there. Huge shout out to the people that are supporting me on Patreon, because over the last couple months, things have been a little tough. So supporting me there, that really has helped keep my head above water when it comes to being here in Germany without a job and a below average YouTube channel. So thank you guys very much. So Holger, Wealthy's been live. We've got Archie, we've got Ray's there. Oh, Marianne's in the chat now. She's in the other room on her phone. She says the pumpkins are lit. That's a little bit of a hint to a video that we've got coming up. If you watch the vlogs, religiously, I'm not sure. I can see someone's already used pumpkin emojis. Yeah, so that's cool. So yeah, that's we did that today. We made those pumpkins. So let me know what you think. But reason for the vlog today, what is my favorite football/soccer club in Germany? I don't really follow soccer an incredible amount. If I had to pick a favorite soccer club, if I was going local, I'd probably say something like Hanover, like it's Hanover 96ers. But in terms of clubs, I like Dortmund. I think Dortmund is pretty cool. I went to the Dortmund stadium for a little bit when I played in Dresden. We stayed in Dortmund when we were traveling to Cologne. So I think seeing as I've actually been to the Dortmund stadium, maybe they can be my German soccer team. I don't know. Wealthiest man alive. How have you managed to live there without a job? So I've been in Germany since 2017 on and off, but this year and last year I came over in April in 2019 last year, and I did the football season. So from April till October, we get a visa in regards to football. Normally, football includes some perks like living, and they handle the visa and the insurance and stuff for you. But at the end of the season, the visa can't be extended because there is no season. So I organized, or the team helped me organize, a practicum, which was going to turn into a Ausbildung. It was actually meant to turn to an Ausbildung last month if I was still working that job. Unfortunately, I worked that job, got the visa, worked the job through the off season, and then everyone's favorite pandemic hit, and I was freigestellt. Since April, May, I think, I've been registered with the Agentur für Arbeit as a job sucher, and they extended my visa from July till December this year. And I've been looking for work. The problem is, because I'm not a European, the job has to be kind of specialized. So they managed to allow me to stay here until December as like an unemployed person. But up until December, I've got time to find a job. At the moment, fingers crossed, things are looking up, or starting to look up. It's just been really stressful over the last couple of months because, as you guys know, a lot of places are shut down. There's quarantine, there's costs and stuff like that. So if December comes and I don't have a visa, I could have a job. But if the visa hasn't been put through yet, I might have to go home, which is difficult at the moment because Australia's got the quarantine rules, which costs a lot of money, nearly $3,000 for a mandatory 2-week quarantine. And then obviously flying home is very difficult at the moment. You can't really, you're lucky to get a flight home or not get booted off the flight that you book. So very difficult situation at the moment. If I can't find a job, if I can, then that's great. And then I can continue kind of being just a regular citizen inside of Germany. We'll see what goes on. Seatbelt. Cheers. Hopefully work night shifts over and you're not too stressed. At least you're not a huge fan of the FC Hollywood. Is that Bayern München? So yeah, Munich. Yeah, no, I normally don't go for the big like when you think German football teams, I think like Bayern Munich is one of the big ones, and I'm not really massively into supporting the big crazy money-filled teams. I mean, I support the Miami Dolphins in the NFL, so yeah, I'm doing great. I mean, yeah, there's ups and downs, but in terms of overall happiness and healthiness, yeah, I'm doing great. Sapabu, stop whining, get married. So this is the thing that me and Marianne always say on the videos when people comment about the whole marriage thing. So a marriage visa in Germany isn't exactly that simple. There is a lot of bureaucratic stuff you have to go through. It's not as simple as just going and getting married at the courthouse. It's not like a Vegas shotgun wedding. Marriage in Germany is a legally binding contract. It's looked more of like a legally binding contract than it is a declaration of love. And that obviously may in turn get me a partner visa. But the problem is when I'm on a partner visa, I have to be insured. And if I don't have a job, I am then not insured. I can't go and get, Kranken or Sozialversicherung through the Arbeitsamt because I can't. So I'd be up for the hundreds of euros of insurance every month, along with rent and living costs. So getting married may solve the visa issue, but the real issue at the end of the day is actually being able to live in Germany without problem. So it's not so much the visa is attached to obviously living costs and livability. So the marriage thing, it's possible, but it's not really a fix-all as everyone seems to think it is. You've still got to pay bills. You've still got to be able to live. So it's not really a solution that we're open to experiencing or exploring. Because even if it gives me full working rights, I can't go and work a job where I need to speak fluent German in like a professional environment. So, Kate, what job am I searching for? Basically, at the moment, I have to do any job that requires a native English speaker or something that's been advertised to German people that they don't want. So the Ausbildung that I was doing was advertised and no one took it up. So that was easy. I could put it in the system as, my practicum leading to an Ausbildung. But in terms of just a regular job that I can do, it has to be something like, teaching English, doing English dealings over the phone, working for big companies in regards to their overseas dealings. And the problem is obviously being in a smaller environment such as Hildesheim, the opportunities aren't so huge. But also, things like qualifications. I'm not qualified to teach English. That's something you have to go to university for. So it kind of limits the abilities I have. Or doing stuff like au pair or nanny and stuff like that. People do that from overseas. But it's not really in my experience. I don't have the experience to do that kind of stuff. So really the pool of jobs is not incredibly vast outside of the off season. In Germany, we say, "Do you want to marry me? I want to lower your tax by half." Is that because when someone marries you, your tax gets done as a couple or something? I'm not sure. It's not like that in Australia. You still have your individual tax. I'm not sure what that means, but maybe the saying is lost in translation. But yeah, that's the thing. Jack asks All Blacks or Wallabies. Well, I'm Australian, so I have to go Wallabies. I don't watch rugby union, but All Blacks and Wallabies is kind of everywhere. I think the rugby league team is the Kangaroos, actually. They're not the Wallabies. So how about retirement homes or hospitals? Are they looking for employees? Potentially, yes. But the issue is, and I'm registered with the Agentur für Arbeit. I've already done an interview with them. It's really, what can I do? I'm not qualified to handle retired people. I'm not qualified to work in a hospital. That's what my practicum was training me to, obviously work in a medical field. But I don't have any formal qualifications like that. So most of the time, if I'm not qualified for those jobs, I won't be considered. And then obviously, same thing, a hospital might be looking for people, but if the job hasn't been advertised to Germans to fill the position, they can't give me that job. So it's a bit difficult. It's not like if I was from France or Great Britain, I could just go and get any job because I'm from the EU. It's a bit easier, but because I'm outside of the EU, I'm an Australian passport. it's a little bit more difficult. Try to get a job as a storage worker for an internet company. It is not good pay, but in times of Corona, it is a stable job. Yeah, see, there's things like freelancing. I could do a freelance if, for example, my YouTube was more successful or big enough. I could become a freelancer as like a creator or an artist. But then obviously you've got the problem of you have to pay your own tax and your insurance and that kind of thing. So even if my channel was making me 500, 600, 700 euros a month, which it doesn't, you've got to take obviously living costs off that. And then on top of that, you've got to take off your insurance that you have to pay yourself. So freelancing is great when you have the opportunity to earn money through working at like a language school or something like that, or working online as a digital nomad, doing lots and lots of stuff for lots of different companies, but not so much when you're kind of just tied down to the one or two things that you're doing yourself. Trying to just it's a brilliant idea. Are the wages good? Married couples get big tax. Oh, okay. So married couples get big tax reductions in Germany. I didn't know that. Rennie, what's up? Hello. Hello. Hopefully there's more than just me drinking at the moment. Maybe there's a couple people sitting here watching this with a drink in their hand. Can't you get a job as a Zeitarbeitsfirma? Zeitarbeitsfirma, is that kind of like a temp office, like temporary workers office? I'm not too sure. Shweeny, I just shouted you out for becoming a patron earlier, so you jumped on a little late for that, but thank you for being part of the Patreon team. Really appreciate it. I was meant to say it in my last vlog, but I just always forget to throw that in there. So yeah, Zeitarbeitsfirma. I'm guessing that's like a temp agency. If someone needs a worker, you can work. That's a possibility, but it's the same thing. They can't guarantee you a wage. When you're working from outside of Germany, you can't just go get a mini job to get a visa. To have your visa applied as a work visa, you have to be making a minimum amount every month, no matter what. So temp agencies, mini jobs, those kind of things are available after I have a work visa and after I get a normal regular job. But the job that gets me my visa has to basically be full-time with a decent salary. And so all these things you're mentioning are great. I love the fact that there's all these options, but like I said, the pathway or the avenue that I can go down to get a visa that's tied up to employment, it really does get shorter and shorter, because one requirement might require me to have a full-time job, and then the ones that are available don't pay enough, or the ones that are available aren't for native speakers only, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it makes it pretty difficult. The tax deduction is meant as compensation for the cost of raising children. Okay, cool. But what if you're a married couple that doesn't want children, or you've decided you're never going to have kids? That kind of, then you get a tax deduction for no reason. I can understand though, raising kids is expensive. My siblings all have 2 kids, so it's expensive. Got a decent 2011 Grenache called Desmaradas La Sabina. Is that alcohol? Decent 2000. I feel like that's wine as well. Archie, tell me if that's wine. Have you encountered Diana Very? I have no idea who Diana Very is. So yeah, okay, yeah, they rent their workers to other companies. So it's like a temp agency. Cool. I saw Hermai's message before it was retracted. Hello from like 400 meters away. I take it you live in Neuhof, where I live. So hello from Neuhof in Hildesheim. I go for a job on a local farm for a Freiwilligen Soziales Jahr. Freiwilligen Social, is that kind of like a working holiday visa that we have in Australia? I'm not too sure. It's up to you. Marvin with Marmite. Stumbled upon Vegemite in a store this week. Had to get it, but not sure about it yet though. Not bad. You prefer Marmite? No. It depends how you're eating the Vegemite, Marvin. Always when you're making bread or sandwiches or toast, make sure you use butter with the Vegemite and use it sparingly. I'd say use about half the amount of Vegemite that you do any other spread or condiment. It's very strong, very intense. Hi, Jenny. As you are a native English speaker, what about becoming a city guide in Hildesheim? because of its historical heritage is popular. That's exactly same thing. I'd love to do that, and I guess I could research Hildesheim enough where I'd be well versed on the history, and I could become an English tour guide. But the issue there is, number one, there's no company that offers that job, and if I was wanting to do it myself, I would then become a freelancer, or I'd have to start my own company. And the German government wants to see not only that you're making enough money to begin with, but that you're making a certain amount every month. They can't kind of run the risk of you saying, oh, I might make €1,000 next month. I don't know. They want to see the evidence. So it's not too easy when it comes to that kind of thing, like doing freelancing or doing tour guides or vacation work. Yeah, Archie, it is right. Yeah, Drea, it is a Spanish red wine. Where are you currently living? Is the place affordable or expensive? So living in Hildesheim in Neuhof in this apartment. I think I made the video about living here and how much it costs. I think we pay something like 500 and something euros warm. So it's not super expensive. I could imagine living in places like Munich and Berlin and that kind of thing is more expensive. But when you don't have income coming in every month, whether it be €100 or €400 for living costs, not including food and transport and that kind of thing, it does add up. So it's not incredibly costly, but it's when you don't have work or something like that, it can be quite frustrating to see that money kind of just go down the drain. In Octosum, wenn Pflegeassistent gesucht in den Jahr von Wilgatter. You don't need special medical knowledge for that job. That's a good reference, Kate. So in Octosum, that's not too far from me. So it's like a assistant nurse, so no special medical knowledge. So it's great. I definitely would be interested in something like that. But the option is it open to foreigners? If they're searching for someone and they've had anyone apply for it that's German, that's as qualified as me, they have to give the job to the German. They can't give it to me if I'm not overqualified for that job, or if someone else that's from Germany is as qualified. They have to kind of give the government a reason why they're employing someone from outside the country to do a job that someone else inside of Germany has applied for, which I understand. Job security for your national people is important. It does make it harder for people like me, but at the same time, I understand trying to keep jobs in Germany. Vegemite's disgusting. No hospital with an apprenticeship available in your area. Student visa was also a problem. So yeah, hospital in the area, there's the one hospital, which is where I was doing my practicum. It all comes down to professional experience. There's only the one hospital, so they're constantly probably looking for uni graduates that have degrees or have studied things before. So in terms of the medical field, it obviously takes a bit of training to be good in the medical field. It just comes down to what's available for people without training, and then if those jobs are available to non-natives. So there's a lot of hoops to jump through before a job even is applicable to me. Diana Very is a vlogger who lived in Berlin. She made videos about her situations, experiences, culture, and economy. Oh, okay. Was she American? I feel like maybe I've got a person in my head that could be Diana Very, but I'm not too sure. Did she go by Diana on her vlogs, or is she by some other name? I use Vegemite on pasta with butter. With Vegemite. I've heard of people using Vegemite in sauces and stuff like that to give it like a saltiness, but I haven't heard of having it with pasta and butter. Okay, that's interesting. Freiling socially only works if he's under 27 and can pay for his own. Yeah, exactly. Pay for his own cost of living. And that's the thing when it comes to, I could go get a job that pays €700 a month, but the government will say that's not enough in terms of the cost of living in Germany. So, and that was a problem that we had with the practicum early on, was I was meant to make a little bit less. And then they said, for you to basically be able to do this practicum and stay in Germany, you have to earn more. So it's very difficult. And unfortunately, yeah, I'm under 27 now. That as of Friday this week, I won't be under 27. So the Freiwilliges Socialist Jahr would not be applicable to me as of this Friday. Sorry. Jorg, hello. If you only knew If you only knew that I was going live, you only knew that I was searching for a job. Good morning from Ricky from the States. Good morning from the US of A. Wine, I guess you finished the Arizona iced tea. No, I didn't finish the Arizona iced tea because I couldn't find it. I had plenty of people sending me photos from their local stores of the Arizona iced tea sections, and I'm still yet to get a photo from anyone with the one that I'm searching for. So unfortunately, she's Canadian. Oh, so 2 people know who Diana is. I'm gonna have to do some research. Military duty, mandatory, you can't do. That you live. These are the times where you need red wine. Exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. I wanted to kind of, there's so many vlogs that I want to make explaining my circumstances right now, but I don't really know how to make a vlog that's entertaining, talking about the fact that I need to show the Arbeitsamt this, or I need to go to the Ausländerbehörde to discuss this. So many people ask for updates when it comes to my situation and what's going on, but I can't really make vlogs explaining things that are not entertaining. So this kind of thing, sitting here in front of the camera and doing a live kind of chat and Q&A, makes it a little bit better because I can sit here and be transparent with you guys and let you know this is a situation. And it doesn't have to be this fancy, masterpiece of a video. You guys can just ask what's going on, and any information that you guys want to know, and I can answer it. And I don't have to put this crazy edited video together or put shots of trees that don't make sense with what I'm talking about. I wouldn't put shots of trees in a video where I'm talking about the fact that I have to, go and renew my visa at the Arbeitsamt, but I can't. So it's this is kind of the reason for today's wine with a H video. Is it's easy just to kind of sit here and tell you guys everything you want to know, and be, like I said, transparent. I'm not exactly holding anything back when it comes to my YouTube channel. You guys know all the dramas that I'm going through along with the good things. So why not sit here and tell you guys that things are looking kind of good, but also at the same time looking kind of bleak. It's at the moment I've kind of got fingers crossed because there's things currently in the process of getting approved or not getting approved. We don't know. So at the moment it's really just saying, I'm still here. It's just hard to make videos when 99% of my life right now is revolving around this little piece of paper that I need from the government. I'd love to go traveling, but obviously we're in the middle of a pandemic and I don't really feel comfortable going outside of kind of the local area. Originally, I was meant to make a couple videos at the end of this month for you, some travel videos, but we had to cancel our trips. So that's why I've kind of, my time frame and my timeline's kind of been screwed up a little bit. Which flavor of Arizona iced tea are you looking for? I'm looking for the cherry, is it cherry limeade Ricky or cherry Ricky limeade? It's a sparkling tea. In the big cans. I think it was a limited edition, so it must have just been really lucky that I got it that one day. I haven't, Cherry Lime Ricky, I think it's called. So if you find it, let me know. I'm still struggling to find it. I think there was one place that might have had like a 24-pack on sale, but it was like €5 a can, and I don't even know whether they had it in stock. Can you find a job at the zoo since you love animals? That would be one of my first jobs that I would want to do, being an animal feeder or caring for one certain animal in a zoo or all of them. But same thing, I haven't studied zoology, so I can't get a visa involved in my qualifications. And then there's no reason why someone in Germany couldn't do a job in a zoo that I could do. So I'm imagining if they were to advertise the job they wanted to give me, someone from Germany would apply, or someone from that's registered at the job office would put their hand up saying, hey, I want that job. And then it's kind of, sorry, Jacob, but he comes first or she comes first. They have priority. Makes good sense. So yeah, that's why I want to do the live stuff. I don't know what to do while I'm live besides talk and explain what's going on. It really comes down to what you guys want to hear. Then I don't think there'll really be a situation where I sit here live and discuss things other than what's going on. I don't think I'm going to be live to do fun things or anything like that. So my live streams are really just going to be talking with you guys and answering questions. I can think of some stuff. I've been in sales, yes. And did you attend? No, so I didn't attend university, and this is where it kind of gets difficult with Germany, at least with the immigration side of things. When it comes with, if you've got a university degree, you can get an EU blue card, or you can get a job searching visa, which is, I think it lasts at least a year, and you can search for jobs within your field of qualification, so what you did at university. So if I studied zoology in university, I could get a visa for 12 months to come in to Germany, search for a job inside of a zoo or animals or veterinary studies, whatever it might be, and I can get a job and I can stay in that job and I have my visa to do that job. But that visa is tied directly to your qualification. Because I haven't studied before, my work visa can't be tied to a certain qualification or study. So there's a little bit more red tape that I have to jump through because I'm not qualified to do a certain job like a teacher or a scientist or a geologist or something like that. So I've done sales since I left school. I was apprentice mechanic for like 2.5 years. I didn't get a trade or anything like that. And then after that, I jumped onto telemarketing sales, sold cars for Mercedes-Benz, for Maserati, managed a supplement store, sold coffee. Everything was sales. So that's something that you don't really need qualifications for. So when it comes to getting another job in Australia, it's no problem because they can see you can sell. But when it comes to doing something outside of here or outside of Australia and doing something here, you can't really show qualifications. Wealthiest man alive. If you had to get a job, what would it be? Well, first things first, I'd love to do YouTube full time, but at the moment, that's just not a possibility. I'm not nowhere near big enough in terms of subscribers, revenue streams, ad revenue, anything like that to do YouTube full time. I'd love to do something that was kind of flexible, whether it be working from home or going, location to location, or talking to different people every single day, because I love talking to people and seeing other people's way of life and who they are. But it's really, I'm open to any job as long as it's enjoyable. I think as long as you can be happy at the start of the day and the end of the day, whatever you're doing doesn't really matter. As long as you're content and happy with what you're doing for work, the field that it's in, whether you're helping 1 people or 1 million people, as long as you feel like you're getting up in the morning and making a difference during your day or making yourself happy, then that's fine. So I'd love to do something involving animals or videography or photography or something like that, but I'm open to really anything. Where's the Jaffa line? I don't even think we have a Jaffa line here in Germany, but realistically, we should have a Jaffa line. I haven't had a Jaffa in ages. Ham and cheese Jaffa, Vegemite and cheese Jaffa. For those of you who don't know what a Jaffa is, it's a toasted sandwich. You put it between like a waffle iron, except you put the sandwich in there. Regarding your Rioja, I thought that you were much more into these rich marmalade-like Australian. No, see, Archie, that's where, when I used to drink wine when I was in sales, I used to drink a little bit of wine. I'm very much a Cab Sav kind of drinker. I love my Cab Savs. I love my reds. I don't mind a dry wine. I'm not really into marmalade Shiraz. I like a wine that's got a little bit of oil that sticks to the glass, a nice amount. But I'm more dry out of everything. If you want to give me a chance to contact you and brainstorm what you can do to stay beyond, yeah, for sure. The easiest way to contact me outside of YouTube is just hit me up on Instagram. If you have Instagram, it's @punning4the people. Send me a message and mention what the options are, or if you're just wanting to have a chat. I'm generally open to chatting with everyone as long as it's kept somewhat professional. Let's promote and sell wine from Hutt River Principality in Western Australia. Western Australia, or WA is also Washington, I imagine. Western Australia. Ricky, thank you for the $9.99 coffee and cake. That is amazing. Like I said, the Patreons and the people that are supporting me on the monthly basis, it's been huge because being completely transparent, I haven't received money in terms of like football not happening. I was originally on Kurzarbeit, but now I'm not getting paid. I don't have any income at the moment besides a little tiny bit of Arbeitslosengeld, which barely even covers the rent, and then my YouTube and my Patreon. So everything that I'm kind of doing right now, whether it be buying pumpkins to carve or buying a €5 bottle of wine, which to me felt really stupid because I could buy so much food with €5, is from people being incredibly kind and donating money to help grow the channel and help me and keep me creating. Going into the city, I've got a bus pass, which is €60 a month, and that on top of rent, it all adds up. So when you're not making any money, let alone a lot of money, the little things like Ricky's donation, Ricky's super chat, and the Patreon stuff, it makes a huge difference, and it's something that I don't take for granted by any means. So thank you so much. Stefan, do I miss Dresden? This is a difficult question because I do miss Dresden in some ways, where I like the fact that everything's there. It's a big city. It's got the shops that you need. It's got a couple like really nice restaurants. It's got a really nice old like the Marktplatz is really nice, but I like the size of Hildesheim. I like the vibes in Hildesheim. I feel like I belong in a smaller city, but also when I went to Bielefeld, I think just the availability of the different amenities to people living inside of the town is great. Not having to go to Hanover to do something in a certain way is kind of the one thing I miss about Dresden. Obviously, I've got friends and stuff in Dresden that I do miss meeting up with and talking to, but the beauty of social media and things like YouTube is you can see what other people are up to on a daily basis without having to be there in person. So look for the Demitarbeiter. A company is getting a loot of their temporary workers. Most of them are not German. They're not German, but are they European? That's the one question, because Europeans are looked at differently than non-EU nationals when it comes to searching for jobs. Someone who is like, French or Italian can come to Germany and register and stay here without a visa. It's no issue at all, same as Germans going to other European countries. Whereas for me, I have to obviously be registered, and for them, they can just stay here and pay insurance, and it's no trouble. They can get a job that a German can get, whereas I can't do that. Most of them do not look German. I don't know if they are or not. Nice pumpkins, thank you. Tell me which one you think looks better. You can't really see. I'll turn them a little bit this way. You can't really see them too much because I'm using a webcam on the computer, so you can't really see the detail as well as if I was using my camera or my phone. But the phone, obviously, there was the problems with the sound and the battery last time, and my camera, I can't stream directly from my camera, so this is kind of the most easy setup that I can get. Are the Germans really cold or unfriendly towards immigrants who are in need of jobs? I don't want to say cold or unfriendly because I haven't really dealt with people on a personal basis when it comes to giving someone a job who's a foreigner. When it comes to the Ausländerbehörde and the Arbeitsamt, obviously they're government officials. They have to be kind of to the letter. I found that the lady at the Arbeitsamt was incredibly friendly to me, even though I spoke somewhat broken German with her, and a lot of the official terminology I'm not really familiar with. But I find like there's been a lot of people that have been incredibly helpful when it comes to me finding a job, but also at the same time there's been some speed bumps where people have kind of expected too much of me, like me to know too much about the system here in Germany. Obviously, I understand I'm here, I have to know things about how Germany works, but when it comes to things like Kurzarbeitergeld and Arbeitslosengeld and certain tax brackets or tax numbers and this kind of thing, these are things that kind of you know, but you're not really studied up on when you're a foreigner here, especially when a lot of that's handled for you through football. So there was a lot of things that I guess weren't communicated correctly, and then that in turn makes the situation more difficult. I can see you in a company that holds subsidiary companies in Canada, USA, or India. They need people. Yeah, I'd love, and this is funny, I actually wanted to get a job at Jägermeister in Wolfenbüttel, selling into Canada or USA or UK or Australia, but most of them do internships with German university students who are marketing undergrads or doing sales or some kind of thing in university. So they do interns, which in turn can maybe turn into jobs. But that's kind of the thing. I could get a job with a global company like Bosch or somewhere that does a lot of business with international countries or English-speaking countries, and then it's no real issue because I can just get on the phone and talk to someone from the USA, from Australia, wherever it is, and speak English. But it's just the companies that are available in this area that do that is a little bit more rare or not easy to find. So you do yay Patreon. Yeah, Patreon is awesome. It's a cool thing, and it's a cool community. I want to say I want to be more active on Patreon, but because a lot of my patrons are also patrons of other people, I can kind of communicate with them in that sense. And then also I'm friends with a lot of people through Patreon, so I speak to them on a personal basis as well. So do they have non-profits, for example, food banks, Meals on Wheels? There's probably a couple of non-profits. I have seen more in Hanover. I've seen things like World Vision and that kind of thing. Not so much Meals on Wheels or food banks, but more global charities. I imagine they do something more like a minimum wage with some commissions if you make donations, which is what it's like in Australia when you work for like a door knocking company. So it really comes down to that. Get an Ausbildung for Industriekaufmann in an international company. Yeah, it's something that I could definitely do. If you know any international companies that are based near Hildesheim, or any websites that I can look up, I've scoured the internet for companies and stuff that might be interested in doing something like that or have positions available. But it's, like I said, a lot of the time when they're advertising on German websites looking for German workers. It doesn't say anything about they're looking for native English speakers. All the jobs that I've kind of found when it comes to native speaking or English native speaking workers have been teachers or pairs, things that I'm in no way qualified for. The one you touched first, the one on the left with the beard. I'm not a pumpkin. Become a Scottish based on your Commonwealth passport. See, the funny thing is, if I'm one generation too far out from becoming a Scottish citizen. Actually, my mum could get Scottish citizen by descent, but I couldn't. So that's something I looked into. Like as soon as I got to Germany, was citizenship by descent. But that's not really an option for you. The one with the big scary smile. So which one? So the first one that I'm pointing to, or the second one that I'm pointing to? Because they both have scary smiles, but 1, 2. So that's 1 or A, and that's B. Just remember, even if your visa is up and you don't meet the requirements for a new visa, this doesn't mean you must leave, like would be the case for a German in Australia. Yes, there are a ton of bridging options, but the issue right now is I'm actually kind of on a bridging option at the moment. I'm on a Fictionsbescheinigung, which was from July till December, because that's when my small amount of Arbeitslosengeld was due to be finished. So at the moment I can search for a job, but I'm kind of on a fictional visa at the moment. We've contacted the Ausländerbehörde about how I can potentially extend that, whether I have to leave the country and then come back on a tourist visa, or you leave the EU and come back on a tourist visa, because Australians get 90 days visa free. They've said that's not really possible. They've kind of, at the end of the day, the Ausländerbehörde has kind of come back to us, or me and Marianne, and said, you need a job if you want to stay past that middle December date. There's not really another option for us at the moment, is what they're saying. That's football. So what's up with football? Is there anything new? Yeah, it's a crazy situation at the moment with football. I've been training all year. I have taken the last couple of weeks off just due to the whole visa situation. I needed to kind of invest more time in researching and doing stuff on my visa. Even though it's only a couple hours a week, I kind of felt like football was taking a little bit of my focus off, my situation. I was spending too much time kind of worried about football and not worried about myself. So I've taken some weeks off football. At the moment, you can obviously see on Facebook and Instagram, the GFL has been doing some stuff with the IFAF and getting Germany back into the international competition, and the GFL's trying to restructure things to make it better for organizations to have more of a say. I'm not too sure what's going on next year, because obviously I imagine everyone would have thought by now that the pandemic would have been over, but it's not. It's actually getting worse here in Germany. So even if you want to consider, we're in October now, 5-6 months from now, when people are meant to fly in for the next season, are people going to be able to fly in? Are people going to be able to go from Berlin to Saxon-Anhalt or North Rhine-Westphalen or somewhere like that to play a football game and have crowds? So at the moment, it's kind of, I'll leave it to the professionals in regards to football. Like I said, my football contract for the Invaders this year was meant to be for the season that never happened. At the moment, I'm not really thinking or focused about football next year just yet, because I've got a month and a half to make sure that I'm not, spending $5,000 or $6,000 of my own money just to go home. And then obviously when I'm back in Australia, there's no guarantee that I can come back to Germany. So at the moment, football's kind of out of my mind. It's more worrying about myself and my situation. If I can stay in the off season, because that's the thing, it's the off season now. So most people that are here for football go home. For me, it's different. I want to stay. So I need to find a way where I can stay here both in season and off season without football, because football doesn't really give you that option to be a year-round thing. So yeah, it's a different situation. Thank you very much, Georg. Cover for wine. Don't save on German bread. We got some pretzels the other day from Coughlin. It was a 3-pack for 47 cents. So I felt like that was an offer too good to pass up. And they were actually, when I put my hand on the bag, they were warm, like freshly baked. So I was really, really wanting to get those. Oliver, I'm in for the next bottle, so maybe this has to become a thing. Marianne said it was weird that I was drinking wine on a Sunday at 4, but maybe it might have to be a bi-weekly occurrence, wine weekends or something like that. So Margaret asks about football. Of course, it's easier on an Australian passport, but German immigration is very sympathetic to people as long as you aren't a terrible person. They have kind of told us that if I can show that I've been trying my hardest to find a job or get a job, that they may be able to consider. They haven't said anything about they can, but they can consider giving me some kind of extension. But it really comes down to how hard I've worked, which I have been doing a lot in regards to the situation. So hopefully they'll consider if everything hasn't gone good by then. If you think the second, I feel like someone's feeding you information if you think the second one's better. Just saying. The Queen is your head of state. She's the Prime Minister. So the Queen's Queen of the Commonwealth. We have our Australian Prime Minister at the moment, Scotty from marketing. That's his nickname. And when Scotland does their blueface thing, you're in the EU. You got a similar point of view. Dresden is big and I would be also in a smaller place, but in the other hand, everything is easy to reach. Yeah, I feel like, greetings from Thomas Stunker. Hey, Thomas, Coach Thomas, what's up? Yeah, I feel like Dresden's not small. And that's what when I went to Bielefeld and I walked around the old and the new town, I was like, okay, it's not too different to Dresden. I feel like if you're living in Dresden, Alster, and want to, ride your bike to Neuhof and then ride your bike to Frauenkirch or down to the Elbe, it's not very far. But with Hildesheim, basically, you get a bus into town and you can walk anywhere in Hildesheim. So that's what I mean by it's a bit smaller. And I think because it's not such a big tourist destination, at least Hildesheim in comparison to Dresden, most of the people here are locals. So there's not as many big crowds, so it's a little bit more tame, a little bit more chilled. But you know, I can't complain about my experiences in Dresden as a city. It was unbelievably eye-opening. Like even first time getting off the plane and driving through Dresden to my new apartment was amazing. They'll extend your bridging visa for sure. Even if they didn't, the next bridging option would be a Duldung toleration that comes with welfare rights. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I've been in Germany for 3.5, nearly 4 years now, on and off. I haven't left the country for longer than 6 months at a time. I've always paid insurance and da 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 da. So it's interesting to see if there's anything they can do. At the moment, we're kind of just keeping fingers crossed that that one of the things I've got currently waiting for approval could potentially work. So this week, hopefully, we'll shed some light on the situation, but we'll see. I don't drink, but I'm in for 420. I should have started the stream at 420. That would have been awesome. Thomas, when will you visit me in Munich? Well, at the moment, once the whole pandemic stuff stops, I'd love to come back down to Munich. I only did like a 40-minute stop in Munich my second year here, and I vlogged about it. We went to the Englische Garten and the Munich Hofbrauhaus. Yeah, I'd love to come back to Munich. I didn't really see a whole lot of the city. When I come over from Switzerland to visit my hometown, slow-mo, ScoMo. Coronavirus update over here. Hildesheim's just become a red area, so there's green, yellow, and red. Green is basically everything's under control. Yellow is, I think, up to 35 cases per 100,000, and red is over 50 cases per 100,000. Hildesheim's just become red. Berlin's red. I'm pretty sure Bielefeld was red like the day after I was there. Dresden's now yellow or red. Like everywhere's kind of over 50 cases per 100,000. So it's definitely like getting up there again. I think in the last 4 days, we've had 2 of the largest number of new case numbers since the whole outbreak happened. So it's definitely kind of getting out of control, even though it was under control for a while. It's it's not a great situation. I'm happy that we're healthy and that we've got everything we need here in the apartment. We're not kind of having to move around. Obviously, Marion has to go to work and stuff every day, but they're keeping their distance and wearing masks and that kind of thing. So just trying to keep it as safe as possible. Obviously, with me as well, because I have respiratory issues. Contracting the virus is pretty scary because you don't know whether you're going to be asymptomatic and it's not really going to affect you, or in a week you could be on life support. So it's a scary fact or a scary thought that potentially something like that can happen. And there's a few cases going around at the moment where we are. How's your German coming along? Are you still taking? I'm not taking Lingoda classes anymore. I'm speaking a little bit of German every day. Me and Marianne kind of muck around a little bit and talk to each other in German every now and then. I was actually pretty impressed when I worked in Lübeck. Switching between German and English was pretty easy for me. And then also when I was in Bielefeld, I tried to speak a fair bit of German when I was there as well, meeting up with some of my German friends. So they were actually, I met them last year around the same time, and they said the difference between then and now is astounding, and my German is actually pretty good. So not taking any official classes, but still kind of trying to wrap my head around the language and learn as much as I can on the go. Marianne watches a lot of shows in German, so when she puts them on, I can hear them, and I kind of follow along and try and understand as much as I can, listen to the radio in the car, that kind of stuff, to at least keep my brain ticking over in German. Scotty from Marketing is his correct title is Hildesheim here for the only question. I think currently it's mainly old people's homes that are responsible. Okay, so it's in the retirement villages and stuff again. Hopefully it does get better soon, definitely. Yeah, I'm not sure. I know they had a couple of scares in schools and stuff like that, but I'm not sure. It's also kind of difficult because there's obviously the whole number of 50 per 100,000. The issue there is if a town has a smaller population, sometimes a couple of, cases inside a family, like say a family of 10 all becomes asymptomatic, the town might get affected a lot worse if they have a smaller population. It might look a lot worse than what it is, but I'm not too sure. I kind of just keep up to date with the numbers. I don't do that much research. I just follow the rules and try and keep myself out of trouble. Move to Jersey so you can reach Europe by rowboat. I actually, when I came to Germany, didn't realize how quick you can get, well, not quick, but how fast a flight from here to New York is. I didn't know that you could get there that quick, because from here to New York, I think it's like 8 hours or something in a plane, whereas Australia to LA is like 12 to 13 hours at least. So maybe one day go back to the States when I'm a bit older. To think the healthcare attendant does not have to work there. Yeah, a lot of new cases every day, 6,000 to 7,000 at the moment, I think is the kind of number.
Ooh, it smells like wine.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I got pancakes. Check out Marianne's pancakes that she makes, how thick they are. Using yogurt and milk and...
like basically plant-based.
Yogurt, milk, and flour.
Yeah, no eggs.
Yeah.
Hope it tastes good. It's blueberry. Pancakes.
Blueberry.
Mwah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I've got to keep going. Make a video 24 hours only speaking German. I did make one 24 hours only speaking German, but it wasn't exactly, I think, well done. I think I could have done better with that video. I'll definitely have to remake another one where I actually go and do some stuff and actually like speak German to German people. The 24-hour one that I made was just it was just me speaking to Marianne. I didn't make one of actually me out and about. The problem is I kind of have a little bit of fear of filming in public and filming strangers. So it's hard to make a video where I'm speaking German to Germans when I don't like putting the camera in people's faces. Last couple of days have been dropping in Berlin. Nearly hit 1,000 a day earlier in the week. Yeah, that's crazy when you compare the numbers from Australia. Like Melbourne, which is currently in like full lockdown, they're not coming out of lockdown because they've had 2 new cases overnight. So 2 new cases in a state that's like as big as Germany. And they're like still like, no, we're keeping the borders closed. We're keeping everything shut. Like we're not doing anything different. Whereas here, it's like, okay, we're going to slowly introduce kind of some regulations when there's 6,000 to 7,000 cases a day. So when I speak to my family back home, and they haven't had a community outbreak or anything like that in like a month, when I say we've got 7,000 new cases overnight, they're kind of like, what's going on? Why? Like, how is that even possible? I'm learning French at the moment. I use Closemaster to train my reading and listening skills. So, parlez-vous français? Oui, oui. You meant Isle of Jersey. Oh, okay. I thought you meant New Jersey. That's why I was talking about New York. The quickest flight to New York takes, 6 hours. Yeah, 6-7 hours. Australia's now in summer, spring. Yeah, they're about to go into summer. It's getting hotter. It's about 24, 23 degrees at the moment in Australia. I am lucky, yes. Someone serve up him. Yeah, fun fact, when I got back from Bielefeld, I got back at around 11:30 at night because I had to catch a train and a bus and everything like that. Marianne was asleep and she cooked these pancakes already and she left a big pile of them sitting there for me to eat. So I ate them and they were delicious. And I said that they were really, really good. So we definitely have to make them again. So she's made them for me now. I'm actually going to cut some off and show you. There we go. Ooh. I don't know whether you can actually see the steam coming off them. She made borscht is like soup or something, isn't it? It's like borscht is like what's the, I can't even think of the word, the soup. It was 35 degrees in Perth today. Whoa. Yeah, I spoke to my mum this morning on the phone. She was driving back from the Gold Coast to Brisbane, and she was saying it was around 24, 25 in Brisbane. But Brisbane got a storm and some rain overnight or during the day, so it was probably cooler there because it was raining. Stefan, yep, opened a bottle of wine. I just poured my second glass. My glasses are probably a bit bigger than normal. I'm already like half a bottle down with 2 glasses. So I think the numbers of corona here in California is kind of inflated. Well, that's what they're saying. Everyone went on holidays here in Germany. So everyone that came back from holidays had to get tested. So therefore more tests, more positive results, therefore more or higher numbers. So it looks like it's coming back, but really it's just people that have gone somewhere and got tested. Obviously, the more tests, you'd think more positive results. But like I said, it's something that I guess the government and the scientists have to consider. It's something not something that a 27-year-old Australian can kind of comment on, because there's all these things that are kind of falling into place, all these things to consider when it comes to those situations. Lisa, where have you been? Haven't got a video from you in a while. Yeah, I was in Bielefeld, so I made the video in Bielefeld. We went to the pumpkin farm. Since then, as I mentioned earlier in the live stream, it's just at the moment with my visa and trying to find work and stuff like that, I've been investing a bit more time into doing that. And also, there's certain things that I want to vlog about that I just can't think of a way to make a vlog. So yeah, it's just been a little bit of a crazy situation at the moment, a little bit stressful, a little bit anxious. I thought getting on here and doing a live would be a good way to kind of, I guess, restart myself and get the community talking again. So yeah, it's just a way to kind of, I guess, restart myself, because I've kind of had this bit of anxiety or fear jumping in front of the camera again and actually vlogging. So this is a way to get back into it. Numbers of that. Borscht is right. Yeah, Russian cabbage soup. I'm thinking, when we went to Prague, Marianne went goulash. Is borscht like goulash? But goulash is like meat soup. So maybe a little bit the same. Bunk it up such much. Pancakes and wine. What a dream. This is like breakfast of champions. Okay, so we're an hour and 5 minutes in. So just so you guys know, I'm running till 6 o'clock because the NFL starts at 6 o'clock, and Marianne, it's the Packers. Marianne's favorite team is the Packers. The Dolphins are on a bye. So we are going to watch the football. So we've got 56 minutes left of streaming. So thank you. We've kind of sat around 50 viewers the whole time, which is really, really cool. I think my last stream sat around 70, 80 viewers, but I gave everyone a little bit more notice than I did today. Yeah, borscht. Oh, it's beetroot soup, mixed vegetables, tomatoes, a little bit of meat. So yeah, kind of like goulash, I guess. It's from Russia. Mr. B, cooking from the loft. What is up? I watched a couple of your videos the other day. Your kitchen is amazing. I wish we had your kitchen. Our kitchen's the smallest part of our apartment. It's probably the thing that we'd rather have be the biggest part of our apartment. So seeing the stuff that you make in your kitchen is amazing. I watch you make the keto Philly cheesesteak, and I drooled through the screen. Goulash is a meat dish from Hungary. Soda is the breakfast. Yeah, Dr. Pepper, Pepsi Max Cherry, anything cherry flavored. Soda is definitely the breakfast champion as well. German living in the USA. Always love to see your homeland. Yeah, I'd love to make more videos traveling. So you guys know, before all this whole visa situation, job situation, pandemic situation shut down, I was actually planning to travel for my birthday. Me and Marianne have been planning for like the last 3.5 years to go to one of my major bucket list locations. We actually had booked a really, really cheap flight and really, really cheap accommodation to Iceland. So we were meant to leave on my birthday, Friday, 30th of October, to go to Iceland for 4 nights. We were going to do the Ring Road. We were going to do the Blue Lagoon. We were going to do everything. And I was so, so excited to go and see Iceland for myself, and also take all you guys through the camera, through YouTube. But unfortunately, they now have a quarantine in place. We'd have to quarantine for 5 days. We're only going to be there for 4. it was just too expensive. Even the amount that we were going to spend before all this whole visa stuff happened was a little bit too much. So we actually had to cancel, unfortunately. And then we were considering going to Schwäbisch Hall to meet up with some of my patrons and some of my friends. Unfortunately, that got cancelled as well. That was meant to happen this weekend, actually. But because of the whole pandemic situation, that got cancelled. So unfortunately, I had Iceland, a couple of vlogs in Iceland planned. I had a Schwäbisch Hall vlog planned. I had a whole lot of stuff planned for this month, but unfortunately, that's just how it goes sometimes. So I'm kind of I'm not glad that we didn't go, but also the money's better spent on rent and stuff like that, especially now with the situation that I'm in. So hopefully everything gets better and we can head there before or once things get better. But that was the idea for you guys, but unfortunately it didn't happen. Goulash meat dish, so I'm up to there. Mr. B, any updates on vaccines? I know vaccines in Germany and also in Australia are in clinical testing at the moment. So I know they were hoping to have a vaccine by next year. I'm not a scientist. I don't work on the vaccines, but I just consume what the reports tell me. So I can't really comment on exactly what stage vaccines and stuff like that are in. Two more bottles, you could comment. Two, I don't know whether I can get through 2 bottles. I like the Ausbildung suggestion someone made. Yeah, so the original thing that happened when I had my practicum was a little bit more money than what my Ausbildung was going to be. It was tied to my Ausbildung, so the visa wasn't really too difficult to get. Doing an Ausbildung is great. I'd love to do it. It just comes down to obviously if I can survive on Ausbildung money, because most Azubis in Germany, they live with their parents or they live in a share house, something like that. So their living cost isn't exactly huge because they're just out of school, they're training and stuff like that. So doing an Ausbildung at the moment, I'd have to make sure that I obviously could survive. It really comes down to that, but it comes down to what I want to do in terms of the job, if it's something that I want to do. But we'll it's hard to, I guess, research what Ausbildungs are available and what Ausbildungs are available to me, also because Ausbildungs are in German. My German's not perfect. That's why I was doing the practicum, to learn German so I could study the Ausbildung at the school, because everything's done in German. If I do an Ausbildung and get the visa, that's great, but how long am I going to survive when I'm not a German national that understands all the phrases used, whether it be medical or scientific or legal, when I don't know those things and I have to learn them kind of on the fly? An Ausbildung can be great, but an Ausbildung can also be very, very difficult and take up a lot of my time. Jacob, I trust Russia. We'll save people of the world. Where I'm from, we're first in line to receive the vaccine. I mean, when it comes to a vaccine, same thing. Yeah, it's not good to rush a vaccine, but at the same time, the quicker a vaccine becomes available, the quicker everything kind of goes back to normal. So obviously there are hoops that have to jump through when it comes to clinical testing. You don't want to rush that kind of thing, but once it goes through clinical testing with no side effects or hiccups, then it's kind of, you can release it then or later. There's always there might be a problem, at the start or at the end, but as long as it goes through clinical trials, you can't really foresee what can happen. If you're homesick, watch Scotty's Gone Walkabouts on YouTube to see the Great Australian Outback. I know there was a video made about when he went to Hawaii. during the whole pandemic. He went to Hawaii, then he had to come back, and everyone kind of, made fun of him for going on vacation. I think it's all political right now anyways with the vaccine, at least here in the States. Yeah, especially because the US is in the middle of their election year and stuff like that. Everything gets very politicized, whether it be medical insurances, whether it be healthcare, whether it be unemployment, whether it be budgets. When you're in an election year, especially like that of the States, where president of the US is one of the more powerful people in the world, everything gets politicized. You look at the situation going on at the moment with rioting and all that stuff in the US. It's getting extremely politicized, where one side's calling the other one names and the other one says it's their fault, and so everything's just he said, she said, it's your fault, it's their fault kind of thing. No one wants to take the blame, but also everyone wants to shelve the blame to someone else. So it's a difficult situation at the moment with everything, whether it be in the US or any part of the world. It's the same as in California with the fires, Louisiana with the hurricanes. Like, we're obviously going through this pandemic, but then they're sitting there going through these natural disasters, and you just kind of think, at the time when you see stuff like that, like one of my friends lives in Louisiana and they're getting battered at the moment by hurricanes, you just kind of have to consider yourself lucky that you're in a situation where you're only dealing with the pandemic and you're not dealing with natural disasters or anything like that. So you've kind of always got to count or consider the fact that you're still better off than a lot of people in the world. I've got a roof over my head, I've got food in my belly. I can't be much better than that. I can always be worse. Are you familiar with Michael Portillo BBC travel video? No, travel videos. I love Anthony Bourdain. I love the documentaries by David Attenborough. Who doesn't? Travel videos in terms of, I watch a lot of food travel videos. I don't watch a lot of travel documentaries that aren't related to food, unfortunately. Anthony Bourdain was one of my favorites. Any kind of medicine you need 10 years to develop to be sure there are no bigger problems with this. That's it. Yeah, 10 years of development. Like, I don't know how long it took to develop the polio vaccine. Like, obviously that hasn't really had any problems since it was brought into the public domain, but it's something that, same thing, you kind of got to trust the scientists that are working on it. You can't really say, if you're not professionally trained yourself, whether the vaccine is going to work or not. You kind of just have to trust the professionals. USA and Russia vaccines are, USA and Russia stuff I can't really touch because I'm not really in on that stuff in terms of Putin and that kind of stuff. Ready to move to Germany? Make sure you got your visa sorted, because then you're not going to be in the same situation as I'm in right now. So just you can move to Germany. It's a pretty cool place, and everything's really cool here. Just make sure you sort out your visa. Vaccines are a goldmine for the pharmacy. Actually, speaking of pharmacies, I noticed there's been a massive lawsuit on the pharmacy or the pharmaceutical company that brought out Oxycontin, like a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit, because they lied to the public saying that it wasn't addictive and it wasn't doing this, wasn't doing that. There's been a class action worth billions of dollars for the company that developed and sold Oxycontin in the US. It's pharmaceuticals and pharmaceutical companies is same thing, a domain that I don't really want to touch. You have my dream job, sitting there drinking wine and eating pancakes. It's not a bad job. It doesn't pay very well, though. Greetings from Dortmund. We actually just mentioned Dortmund. I was asked what my favorite football team was, and I mentioned that I've been to Dortmund and Dortmund Stadium, and I think my football team might have to be Borussia Dortmund, even though I don't look good in yellow. I might have to buy their black jersey, but if anyone has a Dortmund jersey they want to give up, feel free to contact me and send it to my address. I'll happily support Dortmund. So far no more fires for now. We've got cooler weather since midweek and even possible rain. Rain in SoCal, that would be amazing. Thank you for all your videos. I really like them. Thanks. I have to go connect to a Zoom meeting, so have a great day. Thank you very much, Heinz. I appreciate it. I love the fact that you like my videos. Even if one of my videos reaches you and you enjoy it, I think I've had like more than 200 videos put on my YouTube channel already. That is unbelievable. The fact that I've actually posted 200 videos. I didn't think that would be possible when I first kind of started doing YouTube. Even if one video has entertained you enough that you've hit subscribe or something along those lines, that's unbelievable. Whether my videos aren't for everyone, my personality is not for everyone, but the people that I do reach and that do feel entertained by my videos, I'm really appreciative of the support that you give me, because I'm just a regular guy, a regular 27-year-old Australian. My life's not regular, 27-year-old Australian playing American football in Germany while YouTubing, while trying to find a job and stay in Germany on a visa that he currently doesn't have. It's a weird life that I live, but I'm just a regular dude. So thank you to everyone that does support me and tunes in and watches my stuff. It's incredibly humbling to know that there's people that watch every single video that I put out. It's amazing. I don't watch everything, but I do enjoy several. And that's, I don't mind if you turn the video off. Just give it a shot. It's no problem. Have I gone back to Burger King for the Impossible Burger? No, but I probably would have. The reason I haven't is because there's I only realized this when I went to Burger King to get the Impossible Burger. Burger King in Hildesheim actually has the drinks machine where you can go and create your own Coca-Cola, and there's all the different, cherry vanilla or mango passion fruit and all these different flavors. And I said to Marianne when we went there, we need to go back and we need to try this. Like, we need to come back so I can sit here all day and drink all these different sodas. But because of the pandemic, the soda machines got like police tape all across it. So you can't use it because of the pandemic. So I said to Marianne, like, when we do eventually have the option to come here again and do the Coke Freestyle machine, we definitely have to come back and get some more Impossible Whoppers or Rebel Whoppers, and I have to go to town on the soda machine. So we haven't been back yet, but it's definitely on the mark, because obviously Five Guys in Hanover has that machine, but it's really expensive in Five Guys. So yeah, maybe I'm gonna have to go and use the machine in Burger King once it gets opened again. Archie, at least you're a great guy, standing out compared to all the many assiduous, poisonous haters nowadays posting their stuff on YouTube. I mean, there's some really cool creative content on YouTube. There's some really cool review videos, tech videos, vloggers. One of my favorites is Peter McKinnon. He makes tech videos, he makes vlogs, he's really entertaining, and he makes stuff that kind of you feel like you want to invest your time into. And there's people that make prank videos or videos that are completely set up. The people that they're doing it with are in on the joke, and they're doing it just to get clout and likes and subscribers, and that's never really going to be what I'm about. So I know I'm not going to reach a huge market of people when it comes to my channel, but as long as some of the people that I reach are enjoying what they're seeing, then my job's done. So Archie, I enjoy the fact that you enjoy my personality and what I'm like. I'm not everyone's cup of tea, to be honest, but it's good that there's a couple of people that appreciate the way I am on camera and the way I am on live stream. That's the biggest thing when it comes to live streams. It's kind of unprecedented honesty, whether you can kind of tell when I do this video what I'm like in person. I can't put on an act for an hour and 20 minutes. If I could put on an act for an hour and 20 minutes, I should be in feature films. You can see that I'm a real dude, and if what I'm talking about or saying now without any outtakes or editing is very similar to what I'm saying in my videos or how I'm acting in my videos, you can tell that I'm kind of a real person, and that my YouTube persona isn't just fictionalized. It's not unreal. It's just me just talking to the camera and being real half the time. So that's another good reason why I want to do more of these live streams, is to show people that it's I'm a real person.
Can I quickly disturb you?
Do you remember which comedy show Rebel Wilson had her first television role on? By the way, we got a SodaStream machine. That was my birthday present from Marianne, and we're really enjoying it. Rebel Wilson. I don't remember the first show she was on. I remember in a lot of movies. I don't remember her first show that we was on. Oh, Tula on Fat Pizza. One of my friends is actually an extra on Fat Pizza. It's coming back to screens. The ad that they put up on Facebook and social media, there's a fairly buff girl with red hair that fights over toilet paper in the shopping center with one of the main characters. That's actually one of my friends on Facebook. She won the extra spot for some reason. I don't know why, but she's in Fat Pizza. So I didn't even realize that Tula was, now that I think of it, was Tula in the Fat Pizza series, or was Tula in the Fat Pizza movie first? Because I know Fat Pizza did a movie. I think YouTubers should stick to whatever they do and keep political and all that stuff out. It's kind of a deal breaker when someone shoves their political views at people. I agree. You want to spread your message, but you don't want to get to the point where you're forcing people to kind of eat what you're putting out there. So I don't really want to put my political views out there. Also, I don't know whether anyone's actually realized I've never actually cursed. I've never actually swore on my channel. And I feel like I will eventually, because in real life, I don't curse a lot, but I do curse a little bit. But I feel like my first curse word on my channel has to be for something really, really special. Tula on Fat Pizza. For a moment, I thought she was bringing you a second bottle. No, when I told Marianne that I might drink a whole bottle in one stream, she was kind of stressed and worried, but we only have the one bottle in the house. Has anyone tried to use SodaStream on red wine? That could potentially, but I don't know whether that's so SodaStreams use carbon dioxide, CO2 gas. And I know when wine's exposed to CO2 gas, it doesn't exactly sit well. You need to air wine out, but if it gets too much CO2, it goes stale. So maybe if you put it in a SodaStream, it might stale the wine out and make it go bad. I don't know. I'm not really game to try it, because when you put the wine in the SodaStream, it's probably going to shoot back up the SodaStream, and then you're going to have wine flavored soda for a while. Marianne's just said we definitely aren't going to do it. She was on the TV show. Yeah, Rebel Wilson was on the TV show first. Use a coffee maker and replace the water with vodka, but then the vodka heats up. The vodka heats up, and then vodka mixed with coffee. I know there's Kahlua and stuff, but vodka with coffee just doesn't seem like a good combination. I mean, there is Bailey's and what's the coffee flavored liqueur? Kahlua. Is it Kahlua? Kahlua is coffee flavored liqueur, isn't it? I don't drink the liqueur or milky liqueur, so I have no idea. Whoa, it's not a curse word. It's more like a cultural expression. Yeah, the 4-letter C word. Oh man, I regret the day I taught that to Marianne. But yeah, it is more of a cultural expression. If a person in Australia calls you the C word, it's more like a term of endearment. It's not really a you can't really see it as an insult. They could call you a sick C word or a mad C word. That means like good. But then if they call you like a effing, it's bad. So you can use it in both ways, but it's used very liberally in Australia. Red wine, Coca-Cola. I would stray from that wine and just go to the SodaStream instead. We've got we've got the Pepsi Max Soda Stream, and I tried this. I bought this weeks ago, but I haven't even finished it yet. It's Mountain Dew, but it's no sugar, because I only drink sugar-free soda, which is probably just as bad for you as normal soda. But I more just use it without the soda stuff. I press the button and drink like the carbonated water, because being in Germany, I've come accustomed to bubbly water. So I use it for the bubbly water feature more than the soda feature. I only know that milk becomes sour when you soda stream it. How do you even know that? Did you watch a YouTube video or did you do it yourself? I feel like that if you wanted to waste like €100 or however much a soda stream, the cheaper soda stream machine costs, you could do some pretty cool experiments. It is Kahlua. Kelikaku, hello from the USA. Where in the USA are you from? Hello from Germany. Kahlua, great for White Russians. White Russians, milk and Kahlua. Is it Kahlua with milk? Or I thought it was white rum with milk for White Russians and Black Russians. Smirnoff's vodka. So how drunk do you already feel on a scale from 1 to 10? I'd say maybe like a 4 to a 5. I'm not like at that. I'm not at the Oktoberfest 2018 stage just yet, where I don't remember what happened for most of that night. But I'm more than halfway through. I don't know whether you can see where the wine's at. I'm about 3/4 of the way through the bottle, so I'm feeling a nice buzz at the moment. Hopefully YouTube doesn't demonetize this. Don't do it. If you use the soda stream while carbonating it with more than just water, it will be a big mess. I learned from experience. Were you trying to carbonate soda? Were you trying to recarbonate soda? Is that what you were doing, Don? Swear words in Australia are used as commas. It's our and R's. Yeah, pretty much. If you ask my siblings that, like especially my brothers, I'm probably the more tame one out of the three of us. They definitely agree that it's used as a comma. What if an Aussie calls you a dag? A dag? A dag. Okay, so you can say you're such a dag. That's like you're a silly person, but it's meant in a good way. But then if they said like, oh man, that guy's a dag, that could mean like I'm trying to think the best way to explain it. It could mean like he's not cool, he's not hip. I'm not sure how to explain a dag in a bad way. Normally it just means like you're being silly. Like, oh man, you're such a dag. It's like you're such a weirdo. White Russian Lebowski style. I haven't watched the Big Lebowski in a while. I have to rewatch it to refresh myself on all of the cues from that movie. What about free speech? It doesn't make sense if viewers start to try to subdue YouTubers worth. Yes, Ray, I agree that free speech does come into it, because YouTube is a platform where you do have to have free speech and you can express yourself. But at the same time, there are some people on this platform that do try and, I guess, push their message a little too far. I think you have to realize your audience and what they watch you for, and push that. You can still be yourself without pushing every single agenda that you have. For example, myself, I could be an avid believer in a certain religion, or I could be an avid believer in a certain way of life, but that's not what my YouTube channel is about. My YouTube channel is about me experiencing Germany, or just my everyday life. I've never once pushed my agenda. So when I then start pushing political views, religious views, or something like that, it then gets a little weird, and your audience isn't used to that, and then it kind of feels like you're being a little bit forceful. So I think you have to kind of be a little bit careful about where you take the direction of a channel. I feel like if you want to do that, you could start another channel and tell your original audience that you've started a political channel or a religious channel or something like that. I think, yeah, it can just get a little bit weird. Vodka Kahlua cream is White Russian. Okay, so yeah, it is Kahlua. I didn't realize that White Russian had Kahlua in it. I knew it had milk. I didn't know the actual thing. No, not Lebowski style. You need to use real cream, not milk. Australia, where you call the people you hate. Exactly. Powdered beer, exactly. Where you call the people you hate mate. If you have an Australian turn to you and go, mate, that's you're doing something wrong. Open and reasonable discussion should always be everywhere responsible. Exactly. I watched a video from Amazing Phil where he soda streams several things and the milk is the only one okay, so you didn't do it yourself. You watched him soda stream stuff. That's good. I didn't want you to waste your money on a soda stream and only to ruin it by trying to soda stream milk. Just put on a Dauerwerbungsendung sign if you show your wine again. A Dauerwerbes. Oh, so that's like a marketing sign. If I show my wine again, what if I show the glass? That's not really showing the bottle, so I don't really have to market the bottle or say that it's a marketing thing. Yes, I am using the glass wine. I changed after my first glass. I'm using an actual wine glass. It's room temperature, so I don't really have to hold it by the stem. If it was a white wine or something like that that was refrigerated or cooled, I'd have to hold the stem, but I'm holding the actual glass. I work in concrete. It's basic grammar. My brothers are concreters, so my brother owns a concreting business that my other brother is a laborer for. So it's I understand the concreting language. I concreted for about 3 months in the off season in 2018, 2019 off season. So I understand the concreting way of life. you know how addicted I am to soda, like you. I am. It's a bit of an addiction. And I think the soda stream has helped kind of curve that addiction a little bit. I'm not buying as much soda as what I originally was, but also that could have to do with the fact that I'm trying to save every cent that I have because of the situation I'm in. Canton, Georgia. Okay. I thought Canton was in Ohio, but I guess there's more than one Canton in the USA. So you're from Georgia. So that's Atlanta. So go Atlanta Hawks. The Dolphins aren't playing this week, so I can say go Hawks. Try eggnog with Glua. Is eggnog a thing in Germany? I don't know whether eggnog's a thing. They've got the wine that comes out towards Christmas time. Obviously, they've got the glue wine, which is the warm wine, but then they've got the wine that you have to open and leave. I don't know the word for it. I don't know whether, does German have eggnog? I'm not a huge rum drinker. I'm not a huge dark spirit drinker, so I can't really drink like whiskey, rum, bourbon. I'm more wine, vodka, beer. But beer even isn't something that I like a lot of. Watching from the Philippines. I'd say you're early, not late, because it's very early in the Philippines. Half hour till kickoff, go Packers. Yes, Marianne is probably finding her Rogers jersey as we speak. Clue is Hawaiian, I think. It might have Hawaiian roots. I'm not sure. I imagine maybe it's something that originated in Hawaii that then the company turned into a marketable beverage, similar to Jägermeister, like family-owned business. I really love the history of Jägermeister. Stefan, many greetings to Dresden. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope to see you again, whether it be in the comments of one of my videos that I upload or one of my streams that I post or that I go live on. I can't really say that I post streams because I go live on streams. So, Stefan, thank you very much for being here this long. Second channel would be possible, and sure, pushing shouldn't be the way to go, but expressing your view should still be allowed. Definitely. I definitely think expressing your view should be allowed. It just comes down to how touchy the subject is. For example, things like racial injustice and racial issues. I understand trying to push your opinion or your belief on that issue, but not everyone's going to agree with that. So in terms of putting it into a public forum where you already have followers, I feel like that's kind of being a little bit too, I guess, advantageous with your audience. When you've got to say, for example, I had 250,000 subscribers. I don't, but let's say that I do. We can dream. 250,000 subscribers. I haven't spoken a word on racial injustice or racial issues the whole time I've had my channel. And then all of a sudden I come out and say something that's completely out of left field. I feel like that's taking advantage of my audience. It's not actually promoting something that yes, it's promoting something I believe in, but there's other ways you can do that than putting it in front of an audience that you've built for some other reason. If I was a tech reviewer or something like that. There is eggnog in Germany. When I went to Deutschland, beer was so much less expensive, but wine was more than USA. Also, there's many more varieties of beer. See, I'm from Australia, so any alcohol that you'll find in Europe is always going to be cheaper than Australia. I don't even think our cheapest box wine is €5. My stepdad drinks Johnny Walker. He drinks Red Label. and I think you can get 2 bottles of that for like $50 to $60 if it's on special. Here, regular price, it's €15, so it's cheaper to begin with without it being on special. Eggnog, isn't that kind of... Yeah, I totally spaced on eye liqueur. I'm not a fan of eye liqueur. I gotta say, I had the Knickerbeins for Easter, which has the eye liqueur in them. I think I actually had a in Dresden at the Weihnachtsmarkt. I had an eye liqueur drink. I don't know whether it was just hot eye liqueur or whether it was eye liqueur with glühwein or something like that. But yeah, I'm not a fan of the eye liqueur. Maybe original eggnog from the States I might consider trying, but I'm not too sure about the eye liqueur. Verpoorten is the #1 eggnog, Dutch brand, like stroopwafels. Kahlua originated in Mexico. I didn't know that. I was wrong about Kahlua. I just web searched. It's Mexican. Eye liqueur is eggnog. Yeah, I'd say it's very similar. I don't know if there's a certain way you have to cook eggnog or make eggnog, brew eggnog, distill eggnog. Wine in Germany is much cheaper than Australia. I have to agree. All alcohol, yes. A bottle of vodka, the cheapest vodka, 700ml bottle in Australia is like $40, $50. And then they're like the Absolute, the Grey Goose, the fancier ones are like $70. So that's like €50. So to give you an idea of the stuff you pay less than €20 for is at least triple the price in Australia. Same with cigarettes, unbelievably expensive in Australia, but for a good reason. What was wrong with the Mexican? One in Germany. Yes, I wish you all the best in Germany. Hope all goes well in your trying to stay in Germany. My German mother made homemade eggnog with the German. I think that's the best way to do it. Is if you are going to make something like eggnog or something for Christmas, always try homemade, and then go from there. Are you a member of the Knights Templar? No, I am not. I do have this tattoo on my arm, if you can see that. Whenever I show people, they don't actually realize what the Knights Templar is, the whole white with the red cross. I do have that, and I do have the Illuminati and all that kind of stuff on my arm. I am not a member of the Knights Templar or the Freemasons or any kind of secret organization that I know of. And I don't think my ancestry goes back far enough to find out whether I was actually from the descendants of any kind of Knights Templar. So I'm sorry, I can't really answer your question about that. With the first COVID run, they limited sales of booze in Australia to 1 carton a bit. So in Germany, it basically, they made it like 1 thing of toilet paper per person. In Australia, they said, okay, guys, you can take as much toilet paper as you want, but you only take 1 24-pack of beer. That's super Australian. They're limiting the amount of alcohol you can buy in Australia for COVID times. That is super Australian. I love the fact that you just mentioned that. Also, Aux Os, I don't know, I haven't seen many, I look at the comments, I haven't seen many comments from you, so I don't know whether you're just tuning in now, whether you've been a subscriber for a while or commented on lots of my videos, but I love the feedback that you're giving me through this this live stream comment feed of all the Australian stuff that's going on. One bottle of eye liqueur and 1 bottle of corn's kind of like a vodka kind of thing, I think. Sahnehäubchen und ein paar Schokostreusel fertig. Okay. So there are clubs that are so secret that the members don't even know they're members. Potentially, yes. I mean, I might have a secret club that all my subscribers are a member of, but they might not even know it. Yes, I do know that the NFL starts an hour earlier. Transiopa. That's why it starts at 6 today, not 7. So normally it starts at 7, 6 p.m. We've got 19 minutes to go. Have you had a chance to listen to RTR FM? A little bit, a little tiny bit, Georg. Just a little bit. I probably might have to have a bit of a listen this week. Oh, you're okay. That's where the Australian connection comes from. I have listened to a little bit of the station. Yes, I have. I have to kind of get more in depth though. There's so much coming through the Discord chat that I get a little lost in translation sometimes. I love the. Okay, that makes sense. I love the fact that you're in the live stream chat and you're bringing some awesome content to the comments. Weren't the Templars and the Crusades 1,000 years ago? Yes, I don't know a huge amount of information about the Templars, but basically they were like mercenaries for hire. Previous to that, they were knights to the king or the queen at the time, and then yeah, they were in the Crusades. Obviously, there's the stuff like the Da Vinci Code, which is one of my favorite movie series ever, which has the Knights Templar involved. Assassin's Creed, by the way, can't wait for Assassin's Creed Valhalla to come. Unbelievably cool games. All involve the Knights Templar. So consider the different mentalities: French hamster, condoms, Australian beer, German toilet paper. Do I really want to stay in Germany? I do. Like short-term goals definitely is to be here in Germany. In terms of long-term, I mean, me and Marion haven't really talked about it a huge amount, or we haven't really decided too much about what is happening, especially with the situation at the moment with the pandemic. It has kind of changed things for us, but I really have no idea long-term where I'll be. Obviously, I can play football for as long as I can play football. But then when it comes to outside of football, it's the employment opportunities, the cost of living, family, that kind of thing. So at the moment, I would love to stay in Germany, at least for the foreseeable future, which is why I'm trying so hard to get a job. If I didn't want to stay here, I would happily go home in December, pay my quarantine bill, and then and chill there. But obviously that's not really possible at the moment with the fact that me and Marion are together. We've already done the whole long distance thing, and that just is something that we don't really want to consider doing again, even though we can. Being in the one spot at the same time is really our priority, whether that be here or whether that be in Australia. But at the moment, it's easiest to do it in Germany. You got a PlayStation 4. When will you get the VR headset? Beat Saber is great. I've considered getting VR for a while, but I don't think I'd use it enough. I like role RPG games like Assassin's Creed and those kind of things where you kind of delve into a world, but VR maybe, but I don't really have the free income to kind of jump into that kind of stuff. How's it with the lockdown over there? Not in lockdown as of yet. Hildesheim, where I'm living, we do have to wear masks in large public places now where there's lots of people. Masks in buses, trains, at the bus stations, at the train stations, in stores, indoors. There's a limit on how many people can meet in public, that kind of stuff. So we're not in complete lockdown like that of like Melbourne in Australia, where they can't go like 5 kilometers from their home. But yeah, it's not a huge difference to normal life, obviously, because we kind of live on our own and don't do too much socially outside of us two going other places. But yeah. You should just study B2. Yes, I have completed B2.1. I need to finish B2.2, and then I can move into C. I think C is more for if you're wanting to study or go to university. I think B2 is kind of the cap of where you want to be when it comes to coming over as a language. So would you consider becoming a German citizen, and could you keep your Australian citizenship? I'm pretty sure that Germans make you surrender your passport to become a citizen. No. I know friends that are dual passports in the EU, but I think if you've got I don't even know what it is, because I know some people I think if you have dual citizenship through birth or stuff like that, you don't have to surrender your passport. But I think if you want to become a citizen through being in Germany for a certain amount of time or that kind of thing, don't you have to surrender your other passport? I don't know. Would you consider welcome to the night shift? It's time to clock in. Yes, Lane. Yes, you're like the second person that's actually got that. The Josh, who I get a lift to training with, understands what this is. Lane, you get it. I love it. Welcome, Lane, the champion of Finland. Good to see you on the live stream. Looking forward to more vlogs from you, Lane, as well. Your new camera that you had in Finland was great. I watched a fair few of the vlogs. It was cool. So yeah, Nalf does have dual citizenship, but he has Italian passport via birthright. So I'm not sure what it would be like if he, for example, just wanted to get German citizenship. I feel like you have to give up your other citizenship unless it's through birth or through marriage or that kind of thing. Yeah, EU citizens must not renounce their citizenships. Yeah, so for me or an American who is living here and wants to become a citizen, not a permanent resident, because there's a difference between having a passport and having permanent residence, we have to give up our citizenship to our other country. So that's something that I probably wouldn't consider doing, just because I know getting into Australia is a lot harder than getting into Germany when it comes to immigration. I've not been following your vlog lately, but are you getting into a job involved with physical training, like school, kids, some kind of PE? So I'm not getting into a physical education or a training job. I've currently got some paperwork in at the Ausländerbehörde in regards to employment. It's the job that I was doing in Lübeck was just working for a friend who has a business that does stuff with kids learning English. He needed workers, and I was happy to go and do that and make a video and do it that way. It was more of like a freelance kind of thing. That's something that I'd really, really be open to doing in the future if I had the available time. It just comes down to when the opportunity presents itself, because that's something not something that he does every single week or every single month. But if I had the time to do that, I'd definitely go and do those projects again. If you want to know more about that, it's called Life Schools Project. It's my friend Phil that I played football with in Hildesheim here last year. Yeah, family, parents, another country. The Nordic Film Festival in Lübeck. That's a weird combination. I want to, but I don't know if I should risk it. That's the thing. Like, there's lots of stuff going on at the moment still, but it really comes down to how much you want to risk going into big crowds and stuff like that. Especially depending on the area that you're in. If it's an area that's kind of a hot spot, you don't know how many people are following the rules. You don't really know how many people are actually paying attention to social distancing, that kind of stuff. So it's a hard thing to say. And then also going outside of your town, Lübeck's not too far, but for example, going to Munich, you don't know if there's going to be quarantines coming in from state to state, all that kind of stuff where you have to produce a test to travel. So going outside of your local area is kind of a bit of a risk at the moment. It's hard to say. If you can show hardship in losing your existing citizenship, you can be exempt. That can be as small as losing access to a holiday home. Yeah, there's lots of gray areas, lots of loops that same thing I'm still learning about. My sister's relatives had the right to repatriate on a post-World War II, but never took it. So with the Brexit, they went for it just so they could get EU passports. Yes. To go from England to, with Brexit and stuff, getting an EU passport's more important. Have you been to German cinema? I haven't watched a German movie in a cinema because I don't feel like wasting my money to potentially not understand what I'm watching. I have watched some German shows on TV. Actually, last week or the week before, I think was the first time I watched the Run NFL German broadcast with all German commentary and all German everything. I followed the entire thing the whole time, understood everything they said. So I'll probably actually stick to the Run NFL. I don't like the fact that their streams aren't in like full HD. It's kind of fuzzy. But I watched the Run NFL stream. I watched a little bit of Dark on Netflix, which is all in German, obviously. But in terms of a German movie, I don't like the voiceover actors. Like Vin Diesel's German voice just sounds so fake. And there's a lot of German voices for English actors that just sound weird when you've already heard the English version. So I probably would stick to original version movies. Is euros better than US dollars? At the moment, the euro is stronger. The euro to Australian dollars, at least, because that's what I'm from, 70, what is it? $1 gets you about 58 euro cents. So the euro is a much stronger than the Australian dollar. So I'd much rather have euros in my bank account at the moment. Unfortunately, I'm kind of struggling to have anything in my bank account at the moment. So whether it be AUD or EU. Katarina, welcome. Just came in. What'd you miss? Just a bunch of talking, some wine, some pancakes, a little bit of political pandemic stuff. Nothing too serious. Have you experienced the German staring? Yes, I have. It's not. I mean, okay. So I'm a pretty tall dude. I'm 6 foot, nearly 6'4". I'm 100 kilos. I'm pretty tall. I'm covered in tattoos on my arms and my chest, and my shin. If I'm wearing shorts, I've got a tattoo that covers the entirety of my front of my left leg. So when I'm walking down the street, even in Australia, sometimes I get stares and looks and stuff like that. So I guess I'm kind of more accustomed to the staring or the looking thing than what others are when they come over here, like general Americans that kind of look normal, whatever you perceive normal to be. But I have considered the staring. We actually were out in the city last weekend, and I was wearing my slides at like 9 degrees, 8 degrees Celsius weather, and every single person on the street was staring at me. And Marianne actually mentioned when she was walking next to me that that everyone was staring at my feet. Like every time we walked past someone, their eyes were down, staring at my feet. I don't take much notice because, I mean, I'm me. I'll wear slides until the day I die if I want to. If I'm comfortable in what I'm wearing, I'll wear it. And so the stares kind of don't bother me as much as I guess what it would other people. But at the same time, I do notice it sometimes if I'm in the middle of a crowd and I'm wearing something a bit different or don't look the part, there will be some stares, but I don't let it bother me too much. It's more the stares when I'm vlogging and when I have my camera out and stuff. That kind of gets to me. I get a little bit anxious and a little bit weirded out by that. But the stares of, that's a foreigner, or, what is he wearing? No big deal. German cinema came in. Hey, strong. Easy. German dubbing isn't great. Yeah, no. Original is sometimes available in most movies. Yeah, original versions in Hanover is more available than it is in Hildesheim. He nearly finished a whole bottle of wine on his own. Nearly. I've got about a glass and a half to go. What kind of wine are you drinking and what do you like about it? So I'm going to show you one more time advertising. It is called Campo Viejo. It's Spanish Rioja red wine. I like it because it's kind of dry. It's nice and fruity. It's not too intense. And it's just easy to drink. I don't like white wine at all. And some red wines can be a bit too strong, a little bit too dry, or a little bit too oily. This one's a nice mix of everything. I just think it's a nice balanced wine. Marianne is ready for the football. We've got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Time is almost over. We're getting to the end of the stream. Again, thank you to everyone that did super chat. I think there was about 3 or 4 people that super chatted some money to me. Thank you so much. If there is anyone that has jumped over on the link to my Patreon and become a patron in the last 2 hours, I don't think there will be, but if there is, thank you so much. I was warned about staring before I visited Germany. It is a thing, but I mean, you probably don't realize that you're doing it when you're in your local country either. Like if I'm an Australian in Australia and I see someone who's a foreigner, I'm probably going to stare at them as well and not realize that I'm doing it. So I guess it's more noticeable when you're the one being stared at. Jacob will wear his slides till he's on his walkers. I'll probably put wheels on my slides and they will become my wheelchair. Like Heelys, the Heely shoes. Maybe I could find a company that makes slides that'll actually put Heelys on my slides, like inside the plastic. I like how your cheeks turn red slowly. Yeah, that happens when I drink anything, whether it be beer, vodka, wine. I get rosy. I'm pale. So all here gets really nice and red, whether I drink 1 glass of wine, 1 glass of beer, or a whole bottle, I get red. From Dresden, I did a German beer tasting with my friend Tony, and you can see through the video the more red and rosy my face gets because I'm drinking more beer. I found a stock market offers you $5 for your first account. Yeah, I'm not very skilled with stocks though. Thank you very much, Oliver, for the lovely chat. We got Merkel, so what are we talking about? Have you been to Salzgitter? No, I haven't been to Salzgitter yet. I've been to Goslar, I've been to Wernigerode, the Harz Mountains. I haven't been as far as Salzgitter. I've got a couple of teammates that actually live in Salzgitter or study in Salzgitter, so maybe it's a place that I should make my way to eventually. Yeah, Tempranillo is close to Rioja. I think this company actually makes a Tempranillo. It's just a little bit more expensive, if I'm not mistaken. People in the States stare all the time, at least here in California. See, I didn't get it when I went to the US. I didn't get it too much. Like the only time I really got looked at in the States was when I was in Vegas. I was walking down the Vegas Strip with my brothers. We were 16 and 17, and it was partially winter. I think maybe at the start of winter. We were walking down the Las Vegas Strip in board shorts with hoodies on and slides or flip-flops, and the wind was crazy, like blowing in our face, probably anywhere from like 12 to 13 degrees. And there were some guys selling their rap CDs on the side of the road, and literally they turned around, saw us all sitting there wearing our stuff, and they turned around and said, you need to get some jeans, you need to get some Nikes or some shoes on your feet, you look super cold, what are you doing, what are you wearing? And we couldn't help but laugh because we were like 16-year-old kids walking down the Vegas Strip, and these rappers trying to sell their CDs took time out of the day to be like, dude, what are you doing? Like, that's the only time someone's really looked at us. And then also in Vegas, when we were going back up to our room, we were in an elevator, the three of us, and a young American couple was sitting there, and I'll try and put on my best American accent. The woman looked at us and said, we're wearing really colorful flip-flops. And she said, those are some pretty colorful flip-flops you got on there. And the husband or the boyfriend went to her ear and was like, I think they're Aussies. And we were like, yeah, we're from Brisbane, we're from Australia. And they're like, okay, we thought so because we don't wear flip-flops at this time of the year. So that was a really funny experience. When we were in Vegas, we got found out for being Australian. Because you look like giants. Yeah, we look bigger. Transiopa, thank you for coming to the stream. Did you know Australian red winemakers are some of the world's finest? Yes, I do, especially in Adelaide. Adelaide's a massive wine region in Australia. There's actually a company called Rockford's in the Barossa Valley that makes a really, really nice cab sauv, but it's way too expensive for me to drink. I've only ever drank one bottle of that because my boss from Mercedes actually let me drink it with him. Aussies will wear shorts even in a blizzard. I'm pretty sure I've worn shorts in basically blizzard weather while I've been over here. Such a bad American accent. Just for that, we're not going to watch the Packers game. Margaret River region in the Fraser Peninsula in Tasmania. Tasmanian wine. I'd love to go to Tasmania. It's a forgotten part of Australia. Goslar Christmas markets. If I'm here in Christmas time, that's definitely a must. It's unbelievable, like they're impervious to cold. You just showed Vegas how we roll in Bris Vegas style. Exactly. Turn the football on.
Of course.
Marianne has entered the room.
My husband maybe had his first.
Aaron Rodgers is Marianne's husband. So all those people saying just get married. Unfortunately, Marianne's married to Aaron Rodgers, so I can't get a marriage visa here in Germany because she's taken. I'm her side piece. So we're gonna watch. Are we gonna watch Run NFL?
Where is that? Yeah.
We're gonna watch German. We're gonna watch Run NFL again.
I don't
Hopefully
really like it
because
it's German, but it's just.
I don't mind the German commentary.
Where's
really, the one thing.
Where's the controller?
Over in the corner.
Oh.
Really, the one thing.
Where?
On the blanket. I literally just saw it. You moved the blanket.
Controller.
Oh, the PlayStation controller
Yes.
on the ground. Should be.
Oh my god. bad.
So the one thing I don't like about Run NFL is the quality of the video. I can find a stream online that is literally 10 times better. The commentary I can deal with in German. I can deal with Coach Asuma and Bjorn Werner and all those guys talking. I think Ika needs to eat something because he's way too skinny. But it's really just the quality of the actual game that I don't enjoy. What have we got? Used to be no try and watch the daily conference. So you got a hello Marianne. Thanks for joining the stream. Have a nice football earring. See you next time. Do you want to marry me instead? Is it like league or union? So it's
the new head coach.
A bit of nothing.
Texans.
What is it? Green. Oh, so
New head coach.
Oh, they're playing Houston. Yeah. So the stream or the football's now on, and Rogers is coming out to the first drive. She's sitting there ready. They lost last week. They lost last week to Tampa Bay, so she wasn't happy.
I mean,
the Dolphins won.
They can lose one game. That's okay. It's fair enough.
Yeah.
But against the Texans, I mean, come on.
So Texans are 1-5 and Green Bay are 4-1. So we're thinking Green Bay should have a good chance here. But Marion wasn't happy last week because they lost. I was happy because Miami beat the Jets and got to 3-3.
At least they won, yeah.
You could do a commentary live stream to the games.
Oh no, you wouldn't want to hear me. No.
You know how I said I've never sworn on my stream? If Marianne did live commentary of a Green Bay Packers game, that no swearing would be out the window very, very quickly.
We would have to remove the video.
We would have, I'd get demonetized and striked for sure. It's lucky we went to the NFL in London and and it was funny because we were probably the loudest people around us, and Marianne was louder than any of us. Who do I root for? I go for Miami Dolphins. I'm a Miami Dolphins fan, mainly because I watched Ace Ventura when I was little, and Ace Ventura was involved with the Miami Dolphins. I like the colors, and I like Dan Marino, so I've been a Dolphins fan since I can remember even supporting football. I watch football, and I was like, I don't really watch a lot of soccer because it's just not entertaining. There's no big hits. It's all just a bit of moving the ball around. She worked in concrete. No, she hasn't worked in concrete. I think she might have worked on a ship because she has a mouth like a sailor.
Fucking.
Oh, you saw the London vlog. Yeah, I wish this year Dolphins were meant to play in London. So at around this time of the year. So if the pandemic didn't hit, we probably would have been watching Miami in London. So there's a lot of stuff we were planning to do in October, but unfortunately, it just couldn't happen. Do you have a Korzanama? Is that like a nickname?
Mm-hmm.
Not really. We don't really have a nickname. A lot of the time,
we just say babe.
Yeah.
Hey, babe.
And then I don't really get Jacob a lot because I get Jacob when I've done something really wrong. And I only really call Marianne when I'm talking about her, or if we're speaking German, I'll start using Marianne in my sentences.
I would never say Schatz to him. That's like so German.
Yeah, no, we don't get the Schatz or anything like that.
No.
Planning on moving to Florida, dude, in 2 years. Should come. That would be pretty cool. Getting a job I could get a job for the Dolphins. Maybe I could be there. No, their punter's actually really good. Matt Huck is a good punter, so I can't really say I'd take his job.
Moving the ball around, that hit me.
Yeah, keep your distance until coronavirus is closed. Yes, definitely. Thank you, Wealthiest Man Alive. Also, I love the fact you comment on basically all my videos. I always see the comments, and all the names that comment on all my videos I see. So thank you so much for supporting the channel, whether it be through Livestream or whether it be through the whether it be through the videos. So thank you. I hope you enjoyed. I'll see you guys next time. Liebchen?
Liebchen is is a nickname.
That's a nickname as
But
well.
I don't know anyone that says
I don't know. I hear like when you watch.
It's kind of like you would say maybe lovely, like Liebchen,
darling,
it's
darling,
darling.
hey,
Yeah.
darling.
Kind of, you don't really have like a translation for that. Oh, that was a really bad hit.
Yeah, no, I don't know. It's just babe because it's easy. Or even when you're in another room and I need to call, I'll just say like Marianne, like I'll call out, I'll say your name. I don't really say anything but that.
I would say every time you leave me in Kaufland and you go somewhere and I don't find you, I would say Jake, and I'm screaming. And when I can't find you and you don't answer, I'm like, Jacob. But you
I only get Jake from my my family, like my brothers, my sisters, and my mom call me Jake, but everyone else calls me Jacob.
Yeah.
Not even no, you don't get Mary, do you? Mary. No one calls you Mary, like Marianne.
No, not really.
No.
I would love a nickname for me. Like if you guys have a cool nickname. Or short name.
In Yiddish, Bablichki. Bablichki. In Yiddish. I can't speak
because
Yiddish.
I don't really like when people say Marianne because mostly they misspell my name and I'm really aggressive.
Marianne, like people spell Marianne's name with one N, or they'll say Miriam, or they'll say Mary Ann. It's
that
kind
is
of
okay because that's my name on Instagram. But,
it's,
but like
it's a bit,
when people spell my name with two N's and an E, which is like for grandmas, Marianne, which I personally think is like a grandma name. I really hated.
I think when Marianne first came to Australia to meet my family, everyone wasn't sure whether her name was Mary with Anne being a middle name or hyphenated or what it is. But we just go through. We didn't really. Soda Pop is a good nickname. Always think of Gilligan's Island when I hear the name Marianne. See, I thought of, and this is kind of what it was from, was Robin Hood, like made Marianne.
Yeah. My mom watched Robin Hood when she was actually
delivering me.
Or right before she delivered me in the hospital.
So what's also in Yiddish, the not Liebchen, Bublichki means little bagel. You know what's funny is when I started this stream, I actually had made myself a bagel with cream cheese, but I didn't eat it because I was too busy talking and drinking wine. So this is my Bublichki.
Bublichki. Oh, that sounds so cool.
Bublichki.
Oh, first and goal, by the way, Packers. Come on, let's go, Raji.
First and goal? Oh,
first
on
and
the
goal.
6.
Come on.
So the Packers are actually moving the ball.
Give me a nice touch.
Devontae Adams is in my fantasy team, so he can have a big game. I don't mind.
Come on.
So a little bagel is the same kind of translation in Yiddish as sweetheart.
Let's go.
You can be M Dog and I can be Slide Dog. You know what's funny? This whole stream I haven't showed you, but I'm inside and I'm wearing my slides. So that just goes to show I'm committed to the slide life. They're my house shoes, they're my outdoor shoes, my hiking shoes. Even Marianne's. Look, I've brought people over to the cult. You know how you said you're not a part of a secret society? Everyone who wears slides is a part of my slide society.
Oh.
Touchdown.
No. What the?
Typical Jacob, exactly. Instead of soda, I'm drinking wine. I'm eating pancakes. I've got a beanie on inside because I got a haircut, by the way, but I'm not really a fan of having to do my hair. It's not really cooperating with me, so I'm wearing a beanie even though my hair is super short. But typical Jacob. I'm never going to change. Always going to wear slides. Always going to wear stuff that's way too thin when it's cold. Always going to have my nose ring in no matter how many people on YouTube say that it's not nice or not good. I'm wearing what are Zoris?
Yes!
Zoris.
What? Zoris.
I'm wearing Zoris. Do those count? Are they like
slippers or something? Or like
what's the brand? The slide brand for are they like Birkenstocks?
Oh, that could be.
Birkenstocks, I feel like Birkenstocks can be included in the slide life. If you wear Birkenstocks, whether they be the normal Birkenstocks or Birkenstocks actually have slides, I actually wanted to buy some and make a video about them because I need new slides. These are about to break, but they didn't have them in my size, the Birkenstock slides, so I couldn't get them.
7 points, 7 points.
Green Bay scored. Was it a passing touchdown? Oh, Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
Nice. That's good for my fantasy team. Zoris are the Japanese word for what most people nowadays just call flip. Oh yeah, flip-flops are slight. Like flip-flops, we call, okay, so in Australia we call flip-flops thongs, but nowhere else calls them thongs. Yeah, thongs are a slide life. I used to wear flip-flops all the time, but I just realized that these were so much more comfortable because they're thicker
and
they're made of a softer foam. And because the thongs have the little thing here that go through, they break easier. These don't break as easy. These, like, you can see how much I've worn them. Look, there's about to be a hole here from how much I've worn these things. When did I get these the second year?
Oh, I think
2018.
Yeah.
2018. I've had these for like nearly 3 years, and I wear them every day.
Yeah, every day. I think when you say
you need kayaks for your feet, I do. These are size 49?
No, 48.
48 or 49 EU.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not exactly a short person, but my feet are incredibly wide and big. These are like paddle boats. These are crazy. Who was it? When I was in Lubeck, one of the teachers, I had my slides on the floor and they put their feet in there and they were like, it was someone putting like their hands in my.
Yeah.
It was hilarious. Good paddleboards. Yeah, they're like flippers. Like if I put them on my hands, I could use them as like the flippers that people use to surf the waves.
Oh God.
Yeah, thongs. There you go. We've got another secret thong society member.
I think in Germany, when you say thongs, it's like.
Yeah, it's underwear. It's same as in America when we say like, oh, like I'll grab my thongs. Everyone's like, what? Even here, you call them flip-flops here, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flip-flops.
It's only, I don't know why we call them. New Zealand is like the neighbor to Australia, and they don't even call them thongs. They call them jandals.
How we call these things in German.
Badsandal.
Oh, Badelatschen.
Badelatschen, yeah. Everyone's why are you wearing Badelatschen outside?
Yeah,
what are you, crazy? It's like, you obviously haven't lived. These are comfy as hell.
Yeah, Badelatschen. Oh my God.
You call them thongs. Okay, so you call them thongs at Cali as well. Yeah, Cali's a more surfy kind of area though, so probably thongs is more.
Yeah.
I don't know what they call them in Hawaii as well. Like people that are more like in surfy areas probably call them thongs as well as flip-flops, but places where they're not worn as much, they probably get more flip-flops. Daryl Beatty's mates kept buying him thongs for his birthday each year because he lost his big toes in an accident and couldn't wear them. He needed slides. Yeah, TK Maxx. I've been to there's a TK Maxx in Hildesheim, but most of their big shoes that fit me are more like work boots and stuff like that. They don't have like slides or like normal like athletic shoes. Most of the shoes that are in my size are like boots, like winter boots or construction kind of boots. They're not like everyday shoes. I do need Crocs. I definitely need Crocs. Marianne doesn't think I need Crocs. I would love a pair of like bright yellow or white Crocs, or Post Malone is one of my favorite artists at the moment. He has a limited edition pair of Crocs. I would love those if they have them in my size. Maybe the Crocs could be my house shoes and my slides could turn into my outdoor shoes. So that way, when someone says that I have my indoor shoes or my bath shoes on, I can say, no, these are my outdoor shoes. My indoor shoes are Crocs. And then they'll probably look at me like I'm crazy.
Oh, defense is good. Defense is good.
This works good. Marianne's watching the football. I'm still streaming. I know we said we were going until the football started, but Marianne doesn't like the German commentary.
If you don't mind, like, me saying.
As long as you don't swear. That's the biggest thing.
It's very, like, I really have to control myself because it's so
I told
hard.
you, Marianne, when I taught her the C word, it's the worst thing I ever did. How liberally everyone in Australia uses the
I
C
use
word.
the F word pretty
lot.
often.
A lot.
Oh.
So have you ever heard someone say the word Zeugesgelächter?
Zeugnisgelächter?
Yeah, Zeugesgelächter.
Zeugnisgelächter. What
Is that like?
Gelächter is laughter, but Zeugnis, what is that?
I'm guessing maybe Zeug is in like stuff, like, but that's with a G, like Zeug. Zeugesgelache or something.
I've never heard that.
It's as if you sit with us in our living room. Exactly. That's the thing. That's why these live streams sometimes is. I wish the video quality was better. Maybe once I have some disposable income, I'll get a fast card for my camera so the footage would be nicer. So it's like you're actually here. But it's like, yeah, sitting here in the living room, watching football, having a drink. That's, I think, what
they have to punt. Oh.
That's what I think live streaming should be about, is feeling like you're having an afternoon with the person that's streaming. I think if I streamed from inside a Ferrari or something, it wouldn't be as real.
It's a Ferrari.
I'm just saying. If I lived in this massive crazy mansion and streamed,
like, what's his name?
Logan Paul. I love Logan Paul though, so. Yeah. But like, yeah, it helps you guys be more like, you guys see this setup every single time I vlog. This is my vlog setup, but you see it here. This is my living room. You're in my living room and we're talking, we're watching football. It's no big deal. So it's the Zeugeslachen is laughing until it hurts.
But with a question mark.
Like, is that like what you mean? Like the saying?
So because he's never heard it. Like, he's asking us if we heard it because he doesn't know what it is.
Well, if that's the translation of laughing until it hurts, we have that saying in English, like, oh, I laughed until it hurts.
I think he's never heard that word. So he was asking us if we heard it, and now he's like asking, is it laughing till it hurts? But I've never heard it. Like, that's a new word for me.
You can make a virtual background inside a Ferrari. That'd be cool. I should buy a green screen. I don't even know how I'd make a virtual background though. I'm not that talented.
Oh, God.
Videography wise, I'm not talented enough to make a virtual background. By the way, after this class, I'm like nearly done. Have finished this class though. We're down to 34 people, but we had 50. I feel like this is somewhat entertaining. Maybe not as entertaining as the NFL, but somewhat entertaining. Your English is awesome. You virtually have no accent. Yeah, people. Okay, so when I used to Skype home and Marianne used to talk on the phone and stuff, my mum obviously knew that she was German, and my parents, but my siblings, when I spoke to, like, through Skype or whatever it was, they asked, like, is she German or is she American living in Germany? Like, what is she? Because my brother thought she was American because when she speaks, obviously she's learned her English in school, but then outside of school, she's learned English through exposure. She hasn't studied English. She's learned English through shows, football players, that kind of thing, being exposed to the American or the English language. And because most of the people that she's been exposed to are speaking like American English, she has a naturally kind of American kind of accent. So a lot of people might think that she's American. But yeah, out of everyone that I met the first year I was in Dresden, she probably had the best English out of everyone, which was a bit of a relief.
Just imagine.
Aspen Abroad. I've heard of her. She did a little bit of stuff with Lingoda. I think she's American or English. She lives in Munich. She did like a collaboration with Haley Alexis at Oktoberfest once. I talk to Haley every now and again because she's obviously in Munich now. I speak to her. I speak to Deanna and Phil, Lamb-like, Nalf, obviously. But yeah, it's a small community. She's from Hawaii. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, Michael, she sounds American. Exactly. Accent sounds really clean. Yeah, sometimes she gets mixed up on words every now and again. But most of the time, it's pretty much fluent. Yeah, Aspen abroad, Nalf, CB Cantwell obviously came and visited me here. Silas, Connor, Deanna and Phil, Lamb like Kelly does her thing. Haley Alexis, who else? Zach obviously is a good friend of mine. Zach Selesky. If you're not subscribed to Zach, he's over in the States at the moment. Go and subscribe to Zach. Now Silas. Who else do I watch some American YouTubers like The Night Shift, Mike Malak. I watch Logan Paul. I watch Peter McKinnon. Guys, if you haven't seen Peter McKinnon, he's one of my favorite YouTubers ever. That's who I try and envision myself to be in the future. He's covered in tattoos. He has a red beard. We both used to have long hair. We both now have short hair. I'm like the Australian version of Peter McKinnon, just a lot less successful. Montana, I don't have contact with Montana, but I have seen her stuff. Also with Passport 2, I've seen their stuff. CB, I think they're from the same area of each other. I've watched some of Passport 2 stuff as well. It's really it's a really small community. Like once you see one, you see a fair few of them. And most of the people that are subscribed to my channel are probably subscribed to a couple of their channels as well, which is great. I'm not against people watching other people's stuff. It's great. I'm going to Tennessee in 3 weeks and I'm planning on bringing my shorts. It feels weird when I pack. I might pack a pair of jeans, but if I pack like sweats or like a tracksuit pants, it feels weird. Like I'm only going to wear tracksuit pants when it's snowing. Other than that, I'm wearing jeans. If it's a little bit warmer, I'm wearing shorts. There's no in between. Yeah, Passport 2, Haley. Since we promote YouTubers here, we shouldn't forget. Yeah, Chris. I watched Chris's videos. I watched his little mini film the other day. I can't remember that. It was just one word. I can't remember. I watched it. The name escapes me, but yeah, Chris does some really nice stuff. I like his transitions. He sets up cameras so when he turns his head to talk to another camera, it's like it's a smooth transition. Yeah, Christopher. We also have Soldier of Life is another one. He's another American in Germany. I feel like there's a lot more Americans in Germany than there are Australians in Germany. Check out Corey Chance. He lives nearby you. Corey, is he a young Corey? Hold on, my phone's in my pocket. I totally forgot that I'm not streaming on my phone, so I can actually look these people up while I'm talking to you. YouTube. Oh, I'm on a live stream. Corey Chance. Third result when I type in Corey. Okay. Oh, yes. He used to have a different name, Corey. He used to be, or he had another channel or something like that. I remember I've watched a couple of his things. He hold on. Second Chance Hiker, yeah. He changed his channel. Yes, I know. I've watched some of Corey's stuff. Not recently, but I'm actually going to subscribe to Corey now. Hold on. Subscribe. He's about as big as me as well. 8,000 subscribers. Cool. Yes, I've seen Corey. That's the thing. Like, I didn't even realize that I'd seen him before. Jorg Sprava. Sorry if I mucked up his name. He does projectile videos like Slingshot. Oh, so it's kind of like there's Australian people that do that called not the Try Guys. They do like extreme stuff where they try to see if something will break through this or whatever. Yeah, Second Chance Hiker. His girlfriend's German and he moved to Germany. I completely remember. I can remember that. Okay. Just catching up on all the messages you guys are sending me. Check out Rubos. Is he a Brit in Germany? Call Me Armstrong. I know of Call Me Armstrong. She's the older lady that is doing rehab in Germany. She's an American. She had a tumor or a growth on her brain. This is the thing. Like, you're mentioning all these channels that I've watched before and that I know of. Rubos. Wow, 44,000 subscribers. Germany, Leipzig. What is it? What is a Jägerschnitzel? I know what a Jägerschnitzel is.
Who said that?
Rubos.
Oh, okay.
I had Jägerschnitzel last week. Marianne made Jägerschnitzel for us.
But some people may think it's like a normal schnitzel with mushroom sauce.
Call Me Armstrong is not an older lady. Don't let her hear that. See, I'm still considering, in my head, I'm still a 12-year-old. So anyone that's older than, anyone drinking age or higher is an older person to me.
Greetings from Bautzen.
Bautzen, you make great mustard. We visit Carmen's again soon. Are we going to Carmen's? Maybe depends on the lockdown and stuff. Marianne's mum's birthday's next month, so we'd like to obviously go and do some celebrating in Carmen's, but it really comes down to what's available. Yeah, Call Me Armstrong is a nice natural YouTuber. Yeah, I think there's a lot of these people I enjoy watching is because they're very real. Most of the people or most of the YouTubers that are from other countries here in Germany, even like Krautsalat, an American in Germany, if you watch his stuff, his name's Eric, I think, in real life. They're all really authentic. And I think the reason being is because people want to see their experiences in another country, and you can't show your experiences in another country if you're not being your authentic self. If you're trying to, I guess, fictionalize what you're doing in another country, people will read through that and realize that it's not true. So all the expat YouTubers in Germany that are extremely popular, a lot more popular than me, you can tell that they're being very authentic, and that's, I think, why they're so successful. Get Germanized. Yeah, I've spoken to Get Germanized on a couple of occasions through Instagram. I've watched his videos a couple times because he does a lot more kind of learning the German language videos. He's not so much a vlogger. I don't watch a whole lot of his videos, but I do enjoy the stuff that he does put out. When I did my partnership videos with Lingoda, he was actually one of the people that I reached out to because he'd done stuff with them before. So I wanted to ask him his experience with them and if he thought it was a good opportunity, or if, you know, he had any experience that he wanted to give back to me. And he was really open with the whole experience. Krauty is great. And yeah, Everjoe, I only actually have just discovered them after Eric shared one of their last videos, not the one he was in, but he shared one of their videos before that. And I like their creativity. I like how they plan their shots. The whole musical thing isn't really my thing, but they do it really well. They're very creative. I feel like they've got a lot to say, and they do a lot of videos with a lot of different things. Everjoe is really, really cool. I loved their Disney princess going to the castle video, I think it was. I had a good laugh about that, and I also enjoyed their vlog in Dresden with Eric, with Krautsalat being the beer fairy. That was it takes a lot of I don't think this is a curse word. It takes a lot of balls to do videos like they do, where they're doing that kind of stuff in public, where they're singing and dancing, and it's something that I probably could never do without feeling completely a fool. So I really enjoy their stuff. Do you know who Dina Freude are? Dina Freude? Do you know who Dina Freude is? I'll have to look them up. Dina Freude. They have music videos. Are they like parody music videos? Planning an expedition by ship on the Muritz next summer, hoping to find a new continent or something else. Would you and Marianne like to join us? If there is wine, soda, some kind of German bread, I'd probably consider doing that. Where is the Muritz? The Muritz?
Muritz.
Is that North Sea? I actually didn't realize near Hamburg there's Heligoland. I did some research on that when I was planning on going to Hamburg, and Heligoland sounds pretty interesting. I'd love to eat a lobster roll.
Oh, Heligoland.
Heligoland, yeah. Eat a lobster roll and do some vlogging in Heligoland. So that might be something to look forward to in the future when the pandemic is over. Yeah, Everjoe Entertainment, very, very funny. How's your research about German bread going? I'd love to see you making a little serious about this topic. I realized that when I made the video about German bread, the bread that I bought wasn't actually a German Brötchen. It was what was it? The bread roll that I bought. It wasn't a Brötchen. It was
I think it was a Buchtel.
A Buchtel. It wasn't a. It was a bread roll, but it wasn't a real Brötchen because it was soft.
No,
it wasn't
it was
hard. I've actually started delving into Roggen bread. Some of the bread that I'm buying now is Roggen. But there's just so many different breads and stuff that I still can't get over. I still need to try pumpernickel. That's one of the big German breads that I still haven't tried. Is pumpernickel, but I feel like the tiny round, size of it, it doesn't seem like bread. But I'll have to try it a little bit. Eric is fun to watch. He's such a sunshine on the metalhead. Yeah, he's it's the same thing. He's so natural. When he talks, he is himself. He obviously has a kind of heavy metal background that he loves. He's in a band, but also he seems pretty outgoing and enjoys putting himself in the spotlight. So he's really enjoying to watch. Did you plan already a trip to Extensteiner? Extensteiner? Where's Extensteiner? Where is Extensteiner? I haven't planned a trip there because I don't actually know where that is. If you could elaborate on where it is, then we could maybe plan a trip there. Muritz is straight east from where you are right now. So it's like the sea from edge of Germany, like this side. Have I listened to Tony Carter? Do you know who Tony Carter is?
Tony Carter? No.
Carter with a K. Carter. Tony Carter. Haven't listened to her. Marianne, we did watch a little bit of what's the show in German? The Masked Singer.
Yeah, The Masked.
The Masked Singer. We watched a little bit of The Masked Singer yesterday. I didn't know anyone that was on it, but we did watch a little bit of that. They sang an Evanescence song, which was pretty cool. Haven't heard Evanescence in a while. You would be the first non-German to go to Helgoland. It actually seems really cool. I love the fact to walk from one side of Helgoland to the other. There's the little houses on the sea. They've got lobster rolls. They've got shrimp rolls. I'm not a big seafood fan, but I do love my lobster. I'd love to go there. It looks so cool. It's so small. There's not a lot to do, but I feel like I could make a cool video about it. So if anyone knows someone that works for the Helgoland Tourism Board, hit me up. You can make your own bread and vlog about it. I have made cakes and stuff already, so that could be in the future.
Haven't we done the bread?
We haven't made bread. No, we've made some cakes.
I only make banana bread.
Did you see my message about the Deutsche Märchenstraße? That's the fairy tale. Yeah, the fairy tale route. Yeah, we've been to Hameln already. So I did see the message on Instagram. You sent it to me yesterday or the day before. Yeah, the fairy tale. The problem is the fairy tale route goes through a couple different states. So I'm not quite sure where we can go when it comes to it goes through Nordrhein-Westfalen. I think it goes all the way down to Frankfurt. So I'm looking at it right now. It's a pretty decent. I don't think you can see that because it's overexposed. It's a pretty decent route in terms of goes all the way from Hamburg to Frankfurt. So it probably passes through a fair few cities that are risk areas at the moment. So I don't think we can really travel too much. I would have loved to have gone to Iceland, but do you see Schwarzbrot in the bakers? They used to have it in the USA, and I don't go into a lot of bakeries, but I imagine they'd have Schwarzbrot in the bakeries. They've got a huge amount. Even like I know Kaufland.
Oh, that was
Kaufland.
amazing for your team, for your fantasy team. Oh,
Devante.
yes, look at that catch.
Killed it.
Oh.
I know, like even like Kaufland has incredible bread in comparison to Australian supermarkets. So I mean, I imagine bakeries, if you went in there, they'd have Schwarzbrot, or something that would just be incredible. It's near Bielefeld, Extensteiner. I'll have to Google that. I've never heard of it. If it's near Bielefeld, it's only like an hour and a half away. So there's so many places that no matter how much you do the research, you don't even realize are there. Like, Bielefeld is somewhere that I never would have considered kind of traveling to if I didn't know someone there. And when I got there, I was like, this is a really amazing place, even though it doesn't really exist. So it's crazy. If you can find it, try Finchgauer bread. Finchgauer.
What? Where? Who's saying that?
Jochen, who comments on a lot of my videos, so you're a subscriber. Am I saying that right? Because V is kind of W, so it might be Vinchgauer.
Vinchgauer bread. I've
Vinchgauer.
never heard of that. What is
See,
that?
when I say it with a W, not a V, she understands. Vinchgauer bread.
Vinchgauer
Yeah,
bread.
Don, you understand. Takoyaki, octopus balls. We haven't been to a sushi place yet. Probably maybe next week, because Marianne's on holidays from Thursday, maybe Thursday or Friday.
We have been to a sushi place here in Hildesheim.
Yeah, but
in Dresden.
In Dresden, but they
so
didn't do takoyaki at the place in Dresden, unfortunately.
No.
But Hildesheim, Marianne's on holidays from Thursday till the following Friday. So maybe if I have time, I don't know yet, because I may potentially be working at that point. Maybe we might consider trying to find a place that does takoyaki, because I haven't had it in ages. Try roasting your own coffee in a pan. You order the beans green and you roast them yourselves to smell. Yeah, I used to work in a coffee roastery. They roasted their own beans that I used to have to try and sell into cafes. And that was the best thing. Walking in the morning was the fresh smell of coffee. I used to have like 24-hour cold brews in the fridge. I used to do cold drips and all that kind of stuff, because we could do it as much as we wanted when we worked there. So I'm not a coffee snob, but I love the art of coffee. It's worth a day trip. Detmold with its historic city centre, Exton signs, open air museum, Detmold Eagle Show place there as well. That sounds interesting. An Eagle Show, open air museum, and a historical city centre. I love the historical city centres. You did a research flight over Helgoland for a university observational study this year. Next time they ask me, I could try and get you a seat. I would love to get a seat on that plane. Heck yeah. I follow vloggers. They live in Canada. Their names are Becky and Chris. That's their channel's name. They own a helicopter, and they go on helicopter rides like around Niagara Falls and in Buffalo, in New York and stuff. And I just think how amazing it would be to get shots out the side of a plane or out the side of a helicopter like that. So yeah, definitely, if you're doing some kind of observational study trip, like, hit me up. I'd be more than happy to take up a seat on that place.
Yes. Oh my God, he's so good today. Like, he's always good, but.
Oh, you did? Yeah, you told me you bought the takoyaki maker. You just have to find the octopus. I imagine that there must be some kind of seafood market in Cali, in California. There has to be some kind of early weekend seafood market for the restaurants and stuff. Just go there and buy a bulk amount of octopus. I saw an indication that Finchgauer comes from Tyrolia. Oh, it's from southern Tyrol, so it's from Austria. it's rye bread with a little bit of wheat. So it'd be pretty dense. If it's rye bread, it'd be a very dense, bread. I just gave away my old helicopter to the kid down the street. Only kidding. Seriously, if you have time, not now because I'm streaming, but afterwards, go and search Becky and Chris on YouTube. They had one of their latest videos was they managed to get access to go in their private helicopter around Niagara Falls in places that are normally restricted airspace. But because of the pandemic and there's no flights and stuff, they put in an application, they got approved. So they had like 40 minutes of unrestricted flight in this normally restricted airspace where no one has ever gotten video of Niagara Falls from these areas. By all means, go and check it out. They're an amazing channel when it comes to creativity and videography, but also with the helicopter. It's amazing. I think Becky is a graphic designer from home, and Chris is a radiographer, like a doctor, and they make a YouTube on the side. It's a really, really interesting channel. Helicopter pilot license is my goal sometime in the future, working on it. It's very expensive. Yeah, that's why when they bought the helicopter, it was like they were buying another house. And when I found out that Chris was a doctor, I was like, okay, maybe they have a little bit of money. But yeah, it'd be amazing. I've been in one helicopter in my life. When we were in the States, we went on a helicopter ride in the Grand Canyon, and unreal experience. Unreal. We were meant to land in the canyon, but the wind was too high in the canyon. So we just did more of a bit of a tour around the canyon. And being in a helicopter like that is unbelievable. Unlike anything I've ever experienced.
JJ Watt is pissed because he sucks today.
Do we have any Houston Texans fans watching right now? Because Marianne is happy because Green Bay seemed to be on the ball today.
14-0, but it's still 14. Like we
they scored again.
Yeah, right now.
Who scored?
The tight end, Stanberger.
Oh.
Yeah. But I mean, it's early in the game, so a lot can change.
I'm actually on my first bite of bagel.
You just tell us who's your favorite team in the NFL?
Me or them?
People. I know who you fancy.
Who do you guys support? There's currently 35 people watching. Who are your NFL teams if you do support or follow the NFL?
A lot of them will say Patriots. Not anymore.
Hell, very difficult to pilot. I'm that old that I saw the golden era of the 49ers.
49ers are not bad. Like, I like them.
Yeah, even with Becky and Chris, when it comes to their flying, when they bought the plane, the helicopter from Texas or somewhere down there, and they had to fly it all the way back to Buffalo or wherever their hangar was, and they have to have obviously approval to fly through those areas in advance, and wind and storms and that kind of stuff affects the way that they fly. So it's an interesting hobby / profession because you'd make it into a profession flying helicopters. Do I like Rob Gronkowski? I did, but I mean, Tom Brady and Rob Gronkowski are great players. I love the way they play, but I feel like the fact that they went to Tampa Bay is kind of, for me, Tom Brady going there is to kind of prove that he's a better player than the Patriots system. Rob Gronkowski going there was kind of just following Tom Brady. So I think I liked Rob Gronkowski when he was with the Patriots, even though they were rivals of the Dolphins. But now I feel like Tom Brady went there to prove something. Rob Gronkowski kind of just went there to, I feel like, get another paycheck. Like, he hasn't really done much.
I heard they just wanted to have a good time there, like the last, or his last year, maybe in the NFL, and he just wanted to have a good time with his bro.
Watch Pilot Mammy on YouTube. She's currently helicopter training. Watch flying. Okay, cool. Would you consider becoming a professional wrestler? I used to. Okay, if I was to become anything other than a professional football player, I would love to become a wrestler, because back when we were little, me and my brother used to get the couch cushions off the couches, put them on the floor. We used to do somersaults, backflips. We used to just pummel each other. Our favorite wrestlers were the Hardy Boys. They used to do the crazy flips off ladders and stuff like that. And we used to spear each other into the pool. We used to do so much stuff. We used to love wrestling. I haven't watched wrestling in years. It's probably too demanding on my body, and these guys are like super crazy athletes, but that would be a really cool career. Window production. You also know so many YouTube channels when it comes to like helicopters and Germans and Americans in Germany and British people in Germany and all that kind of stuff. Oh, first down. Nearly got him though. WWF. Yeah, WWF. Like I wasn't around for the Hulk Hogan, Ric Flair, Randy Savage. That was kind of earlier than me. I was like Hardy Boys, Dudley Boys, Christian and Edge, D-Generation X, Evolution, like Batista and stuff like that. That was my kind of era, like end of WWF, start of WWE. That was Fridays after school, turn the TV on, wrestling.
Oh,
Andre the Giant, that's a little older than I am. Rob Gronkowski, he was a champion, but now because he went back to the NFL, he gave up his championship thing. But you watch All Elite Wrestling. WWE, I think now that there's no fans and stuff involved with the crowds, it's kind of a bit, and it's become very, the WWE superstars aren't not as athletic as they used to be. It's not focused so much on the athleticism. It's focused on the drama that goes on outside of the wrestling. So it's more of like a storyline. It's not so much the performance of the athletes. Like back when like Kane, Undertaker, Batista, these big giant guys, these big athletic dudes would go and pummel each other, and John Cena and these guys. But now it's like they're actors. They are athletes, but they're more actors. Timothy, wie geht's? Alles gut? Alles gut bei dir? Soll ich Deutsch sprechen vor ein paar Minuten?
ja.
Ich weiß nicht, ob alles in dieser Live-Chat Deutsch sprechen können oder Ricky Steamboat. Ausgezeichnet. Kann alles in dieser Chat Deutsch sprechen oder nicht? Ich weiß nicht. Zum Beispiel Oliver Jacobs ist nicht ein deutscher Name. Es ist ein bisschen amerikanisch oder englisch. Es ist nicht deutsch. Alles hat zwischen von Englisch zu Deutsch in dieser Chat. Bist du betrunken genug, um Deutsch zu sprechen? Ich denke, wenn ich betrunken ist, vielleicht mein Deutsch besser werden, aber ich weiß nicht. Ich habe die ganze Flasche fertig machen, aber mein Deutsch ist...
Isn't his German great?
Yeah, mein Deutsch ist...
Like awesome? It's amazing.
Mein Deutsch ist ziemlich gut.
Your German is even better.
Die am meisten Zeit, ich kann viele Deutsch sprechen. Meine Grammatik ist...
Your reading is very
normalerweise ein bisschen schlecht, aber du kannst verstehen, was ich versuche zu sprechen.
So
normalerweise, ja, Grammatik ist schwer, aber mein Deutsch ist gut. Ist Italien, Virginia, alles gut in Virginia, das ist gut. Pure Deutsch,
gut.
ja, pure Deutsch. Sie müssen auch Deutsch denken. Ja, du brauchst ein. In die Chat, viele Leute hat Deutsch schreiben und ich kann verstehen alles, was sie schreiben, aber ich antworte in Englisch. Die Flasche ist kaputt. Wenn man ein bisschen getrunken hat, geht es immer besser. Yeah. Habt ihr? Ja, nein, kein Jägermeister. Wir haben 2 kleine Flaschen von Jägermeister Factory, aber ja, ich werde das sparen. Ich werde das sparen für eine Sehenswürdigkeit Geschenk, like a gift from the factory. Schon sehr gut. Danke, Andy. Bruder Jacob. That's Bruder Jacob. Jacob. In English, that's
Yeah.
I don't think we call it brother. Are you sleeping? Are you sleeping, Brother John?
Deutsch.
Bist du schlafen? Bist du schlafen?
Schläfst du schon?
Schläfst du schon? Schläfst du schon? I don't know. It's different. Yeah, Brother John. Yeah. Kelly Kaku knows what it is. Do you know any other languages? Wissen, kennst du anderen Sprache?
Ja.
Nein, kein anderen Sprache.
No.
Nur ein paar Sätze auf Französisch und Italienisch. Schlechte Wörter auf Italienisch. Und ein paar Wörter auf Spanieren. Genau, Timothy. Ja, Thilo, es ist genauso wie ich, wenn ich nur mal aus Deutsch denken, mit zum Beispiel 23, ich immer muss 23 zusammen bringen. Und ja, es ist zwischen mit Englisch, so ich immer 3 und dann 20 denken, nicht 20 und 3. I always speak Denglisch, immer Denglisch. Hoffentlich können wir ein Tagestreffen. Ich kaufe dir ein Bier. Ja, ist Michael und Michael. Wo wohnst du, Michael? Wir können immer einen Plan machen, zu ein Bier zusammen zu trinken. Area sitten. Florida. Wir können nach Fort Lauderdale reisen und wir können ein Schiffstour organisieren und wir können vor eine ganze Woche Bier trinken zusammen. What is that? Kelly Kaku's Erefians Tintobo Super. Is that meant to be like supercalifragilisticexpialidocious?
Where are you reading this?
Iriafantitinturbo super duper tip.
Where do you even read this?
One of the latest comments.
Where? Who?
Kelly Cowton. In
see
front of Michael's Fort Lauderdale or Michael's Fort Lauderdale.
I can't see it.
Wir können bei die Hard Rock Casino gehen, ja. Aber ich hatte keine Glück mit, what's bet? Like betting in German.
Wette.
Wetten?
Wetten.
Ich habe kein Glück mit Wetten. Normalerweise ich alle meine Geld verloren? Verlieren?
Ich verliere.
Verliere meine Geld mit Wetten. Das ist nicht gut. Aber ja, als du kannst sehen oder wie du kannst sehen? Like, as you can see.
Wie du sehen kannst.
Wie du sehen kannst, mein Deutsch ist nicht schlecht, aber normalerweise gut. So, wenn ich in einer deutschen Firma arbeiten muss, ich kann verstehen alles und normalerweise alles, was ich möchte sprechen, deutsche Leute können verstehen.
Oh, such a good punch.
J.K. Scott.
Oh, lovely. Woohoo!
Understanding is easier than speaking. Yeah. And most of the time when it comes to speaking, most of the time my grammar is the hardest thing. I know most of the words, but grammar is never really an issue when it comes to people understanding what you want to say. And the same as when people speak to me in German, because I can understand most of the words, I can sort out the sentence in my head, the grammar in my head. I can understand kind of what they're wanting to say or what the point of the sentence is, as long as there's no dialect or anything like that. So when it comes to speaking, as long as it's not in a professional manner, because obviously if I'm working for a company and I'm speaking to customers, it has to be professional. But inside a workplace, it's no problem. So I have a good time to learn language. Many people I know from other languages never learn well. Well, my mum knows how to say that's the window, and that's good in German. So that's I'm a little bit ahead of my mum, and none of my siblings really, like no one in Australia. Like I have a neighbor like 4 doors down that's from Munich, and when they came to the gym, when I was working in the gym in the off season last year, they found it refreshing that someone in Australia actually could understand them when they spoke German, let alone speak back to them. Because in Australia, like there's so many people in Australia that just don't even understand any other language because so many people in Australia just feel like they don't need or aren't required to learn another language. So from year 6 to 10 or grade 6 to 10, I learned like numbers and how to introduce myself in German in 4 years. Whereas here in 4 years, some kids are fluent in English. You know, kids that are 12 years old can speak English better than 90% of the population of Australia can speak German or another language. It just goes to show that the multiculturalism around the world is kind of undervalued. Next time you're in Hamburg, I'd love to give you and Marianne a tour and have a beer. I'd love that too. I've been to Hamburg, what, 3-4 times now?
Yeah.
2 times with Marianne, 2 times.
I can't even count how many times I've been there.
I think 3, maybe 4 times in Hamburg. I really like Hamburg.
Yeah, it's so nice.
We went with my mom. We showed my mom and my cousin around. We went with Marianne's mom, and then I've been there 3 times at least. And I love it. I'd love to go see a show there across the river. I'd probably like to stay there. I haven't really stayed in Hamburg overnight. I've only really went there for like a couple of hours during a day. So I'd love to go and stay there. But definitely next time we're in Hamburg, I'll definitely, Katharina, I'll hit you up and see what you're doing. Es geht. Ich kann dir schon verstehen. Das ist gut. Du kannst verstehen, was ich versuche zu sprechen.
What? Some Australians with their English accent remind me more of the Americans than the British. No way. No way.
It depends where you're from in Australia, though.
Oh.
My grammar is simply abominable. Same as mine in terms of German. Some Australians, it depends where you meet the Australians from. So people from Adelaide, for example, or Tasmania, generally speak with a more like a high English, like a British English. People from Melbourne, Sydney, more so just Melbourne, tend to speak more like Americanized because that's like kind of the trendy area of Australia. So that's where like people kind of keep up with the Western trends. So they're probably kind of trying to be more Americanized. But Adelaide and like, for example, when I say I want to dance, I say I want to dance. If someone from Tasmania or someone from Adelaide was to say it, they'd say I want to dance, or I can't do it, I can't do it. or chance, slant. So it depends on where you're from. In Australia, there's different ways of pronouncing certain words, which could make you seem more British versus more American. It really comes down to where you're from.
It just comes down to words. They would never
certain
speak
words. Certain words change the way your accent's perceived. Yeah, exactly.
They're not doing like South Africans.
My German speaking's got a lot better. It's great to hear you speak. Yeah, I'd love to do more German speaking videos, but because I'm not really comfortable with speaking in public, a lot of my videos is just me speaking in front of the camera. So if I was to just do basic like German speaking videos, I'd feel more comfortable doing English on my own in front of the camera, so I know what I'm trying to say is understood, rather than try to do it in German and be like a German vlogger, and say things incorrectly. So I never shy away from speaking German in public. It's just a lot of the time that I do, I'm never really vlogging in those situations. So I think out of everywhere I like. All the people that I've met here from other countries that don't understand German through football and stuff like that, I feel like most of the people that I've met, I speak better German now than I have heard from any of them. So I'm kind of at least ingrained in the German society a little bit better. If anything kind of happens, I know kind of how to react. I mean, I've been to government buildings and on my own and spoke German, and they've understood me, and I've got through it without any problems. So if I can do that, I can kind of speak to a regular German on the street. Has Marianne ever seen the movie Absolute Giganten?
No.
Absolute Giganten. It translates to like absolute giants in Australia, but I don't in English. But I don't really know what movie that would be, if it's a German movie or an English movie translated. Australians sound more South African. That's a good point. That is a great point. But it's kind of the same thing. It depends on how you explain things. It's like New Zealand. I think New Zealand and South Africans sound very similar because they pronounce I's like E's. So when it goes like for a New Zealander, when they say bin, like a trash bin, they say bin, like ben, like a trash bin. And South Africans also say like a trash bin. We threw the trash in the trash bin. So it's like New Zealand and South African to me is very similar, not Australian and South African. So it's kind of interesting to say that Australian and South African is the same. Timothy learned to speak Hochdeutsch, but living in Bavaria killed it. That's the thing. Everyone says I'm really lucky to learn German in this area because they speak Hochdeutsch. But when I go to other areas, I kind of feel disadvantaged because there's not a lot of areas that still speak Hochdeutsch. They speak, dialect or is it Alltagssprache?
Yeah.
Alltagssprache, like everyday German. So some things that I've been taught just don't apply to the regular way of German life.
Oh, Absolutely Giganten is a German. Is it a German movie, Coupon? Because if it is, I've probably never watched it because they normally hate.
Yeah, Marianne doesn't watch a lot of German movies. Sailing Magic Carpet started their live stream. Okay, Jochen, thank you so much for stopping in. Enjoy their live stream. Sailing Magic Carpet sounds like a pretty cool channel, so their live stream hopefully is pretty cool. Maybe you could include just a 3-minute segment in your videos that would give you good practice. I want to make more videos about like German grammar and German words and that kind of thing, but I don't really know what videos to make or how to make them. I did obviously funniest German words, hardest German words, German's crazy, all that those kind of videos when I was learning German, but I don't really know where to kind of take those videos. It's hard. You can both come and stay at my place for a few days in Hamburg, nothing special. I won't have much time, but maybe it's a good base camp for you two to go out and explore. It's always good to know people in certain locations. So yeah, definitely. I think once the cases and stuff in Germany start slowing down, we definitely would start wanting to get some more travel under our belts, because this year we really haven't traveled anywhere except for kind of the local area around us. Like obviously we went to Dresden to visit Marianne's mum, but outside of like Hamburg, Lübeck and Bielefeld, I haven't really been anywhere this year, we were planning on this massive international year of all this travel, and then everything kind of got shut down. So it's kind of disappointing. So we definitely want to get that that travel over and done with. Okay. Bin, kiwi, bun. It's like brew. It's like we don't say bro in Australia, but in New Zealand they say bro a lot. They say, oh yeah, like yeah, sweet bro. And then in South Africa they say brew, like oh yeah, cool brew. So that's where I think like New Zealand and South African has that kind of that more similarity to Australian and South African. They say bro, brew. We more say like dude or man or mate. So
or C. ...
Yeah, or the C dot word. You absolutely have to watch Absolute Giganten, a movie kind about Hamburg.
I don't know any actors or actresses of that.
So it's a German movie.
Yeah, I don't know
a good movie.
And normally when I don't know anyone.
How do you say no? Do I say no or noi? Noi? No. I just say no. No? Does that sound like no with a Y on the end? No? Do you want to do this today? Nah. I say nah.
Yeah.
So nah, N-A-H. Do you want to do this today? Nah. Similarities to colonial English, more or less, is more South African, I guess. It's okay. So Absolute Giganten. Someone else said it's okay for a German movie.
Yeah, but then Kupung said it's not like okay, like you have to.
Sebastian Schipper is a great director. Just his name sounds like he knows what he's doing. What I always admire is your good hand for taking fantastic pictures with your camera of all your travels in our country. I would love to get a new camera. That was kind of my plan at the start of the year. When I upgraded this camera, I wanted to save some money, get some money together, and actually get the new Sony, because there's so many times where I want to go out and film, but it's a bit dark. And the Sony is more, I guess, accepting to low light situations, the Sony a7S III. Unfortunately, it's a very expensive camera, much more expensive than the original camera I had. The new camera that I have now is great in sunlight. When it gets a bit dark, it kind of falls apart. So I wanted to actually invest in a Sony, but with the situation at the moment, I don't know how soon I'm going to be able to do that, because I'd love to do more nighttime kind of stuff, going out later in the day, experiencing some stuff that's more dark. But we have to wait and see.
Do you hear that, Jenny? A Sony.
A Sony?
She knows. Jenny knows. If she's still watching, she knows what I mean.
How do you say no, annoy? It's amazing to watch it. If you want to do something about German language, try read out the lyrics of Die Zwei Cousinen by Leroy L'Oreal. But watch the video first. So is the Zwei Cousinen a poem? I don't really listen to German music. The only German song I like, which I spoke about in my last live stream, was Hoch or Hockenhaus.
Yeah. No.
Hockenhaus, or it's just called Hoch. Immer weiter Hockenhaus. That's my favorite German song.
Oh, my
favorite German song.
I don't even know
so
why.
Catchy. Dun, 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 dun. It's catchy. Is there any? Oh, so Timothy, yeah, you only just showed up. So, word on me staying in Germany. I've got some paperwork in at the Ausländerstelle at the moment, so we're waiting to hear back from them. They kind of said they have to hear back from the Arbeitsamt about some stuff. So it's in the process. We're staying positive. Hopefully everything kind of comes together for us. We have kind of a backup plan if nothing goes that way. But yeah, at the moment we're kind of hoping. Phil, I actually shouted out Diana and Phil earlier, and Phil is actually here in the live stream on his other channel, Phil TV. Phil, what is up? We were actually just talking about Hamburg as well. You guys just went to Hamburg. Phil is another YouTuber. I've obviously already spoke about the fact that I watched Diana and Phil. Phil has his own channel as well. So definitely go check out Phil. We speak on the regular when it comes to Instagram through chat. he actually mentioned some things about the visa with partner visas and stuff to try and help me out. We speak on the regular. He obviously did the vegan burger video right before I did the vegan burger video, and then I did the hamburger video right before they did the hamburger video. So great minds think alike. So Phil is in the live chat. At least he was. I don't know how far behind I am with the comments. He's just commented again. Thanks, Ben. Just saying you're online and joined. Yes, cool. I love the fact that you're doing a tech review channel. I love the fact that I kind of want to do kind of like a more techie channel because I'm into that kind of stuff, like the camera stuff that we talk about privately, and I play my PlayStation and stuff like that. So I love the fact that you do a tech review channel. I probably feel like that's something they'll want to branch out into. So where am I up to now? America is colonial English. Sebastian actually knows what he's doing. You could also watch Victoria. A better go from Spain. You're out to speak German. He's in Berlin. Marty T. He's from New Zealand. North coast of North Island. He had the Angry Ram channel too. I'll have to check out Marty T. No technique is good enough if you lack the talent to use a camera properly. That's the thing. Like people, there's the saying, no, all the gear, no idea. If you have all the gear and you don't know how to use it, like there's all the videos online about a person who is, not trained in professional videography using a $20,000 camera versus a professional using a $300 camera, and they look the same. So the things, I obviously want a camera that can cope in low light situations. I need to upgrade my lighting situation because at the moment I'm using this tiny little halo light. It's just really about space, about how much like lighting solution I can get in here. But having a camera that can kind of take the hard stuff out, like in-body image stabilization, low light performance, that kind of thing, it makes it easier. So it's obviously knowing how to use the tools that you have, but also if you know how to use the tools, having greater tools obviously benefits you. A lot of people have actually commented on my videos since I upgraded the camera, saying that, man, your videos look a lot nicer. What camera are you using? Have you got a new camera? What are you doing? So it kind of goes to show that as long as you know how to use the tools, you can make better quality if you have better tools. It's a comedy sketch, like Die zwei Cousinen. Helena Fisher. Who's Helena Fisher?
Ugh. Ew.
Marianne doesn't like Helena Fisher. I don't know who Helena Fisher is.
Schlager.
It's Schlager music? Is she a Schlager star?
She's trying to be a modern Schlagerish
I don't listen to Schlager.
Britney Spears or
okay.
all these American dancers, singers, blah, blah, blah.
I don't know Schlager.
Oh no, she's
Michael's just going, she's hot. I think that's a prerequisite if you're trying to be a Schlager star or some kind of pop star.
For Schlagersänger, she looks good, yeah. But that's it. I'm not jealous.
Helena.
She's like, no.
Katarina watches Phil and Diana's channel as well. I hope I'm saying, is it Diana? I feel like Diana because it's the one N. I hope I'm saying it correctly. We will have to start calling you the Nalf of Australia. Well, I'm in Germany right now, and Nalf's in the States. So can I kind of be considered as the Nalf of Germany right now? I don't know. It's kind of up to you. We still haven't met. In person, we met on the playoff game. We shook hands, but I'm still waiting for the day where we actually get to have a coherent conversation with each other. For all I know, we might not even get along. We might hate each other. Or we might really get along. I don't know. I'm still looking forward to the day that we actually are in the same room together outside of a football game. SDP. We'll have to wait and see.
What is SDP?
Where's SDP?
Down. Michael from Fertilization. What is SDP? It's got something to do with a musician, or what is that?
Schlager? I don't know.
Schlager
is SDP Schlager? Is that another name for Schlager? Yeah, it's another word for Schlager.
SDP.
No, do you like Schlager?
I said,
not really.
I'm sorry, no offense. And there's a lot of young people listening to Schlager, but I personally think Schlager is for really old people. Sorry. And again, it's German, so I don't like it anyways.
Oh, it's not Schlager, it's like German pop.
Oh, I don't.
I
Oh,
guess.
that's what Helene Fischer, maybe she might do this. Like she's kind of doing like she's kind of like a pop singer, but in Schlager version.
All right. I have no idea who
But
any of
that
these
doesn't
people
mean
are.
that I like her more.
It's like K-pop. It's like a big trend at the moment.
The Flippers. Oh, the Flippers are nice.
There's actually a band called the Flippers. Could I be their mascot? Because like flip-flops, like flippers, I could be their mascot.
No, I like music like German music. Like,
what about Beatrice Eagle?
it's all Schlager. I hate Schlager.
It's all Schlager to Marianne.
I hate Schlager.
Henna said Nalf is a different type of person compared to you. I want to kind of ask how are we different? Because I feel like his videos are different, obviously, to mine. We're different people, obviously, but I feel like out of all the YouTubers in Germany, I kind of connect the most with Nalf's videos and the way he does things. So I want to know kind of what similarities we have, but also what differences you guys see in what we do. Nalf's an incredibly intelligent person. I mean, he went to Georgetown. He knows how to make videos. He knows that kind of stuff. So that's probably one of the main differences between the two of us is he's trained a little bit more than what I am. But in terms of personality-wise, what you see. Okay, someone said he's not as friendly as you. I don't know because I haven't met him personally. I feel like he could be a fairly friendly person. I wish we had already met in person, but I mean, the one time where we could have met in person was the semi-final playoff game, and I was kind of too scared to go up and approach him because he was on the opposite side of the field. He was an opponent, but it really comes down to that was a different kind of situation. Touchdown Green Bay.
Yeah.
So what's that, 21-0?
Yeah.
Wow. I hope none of you support Houston. Sorry. Send Nalf some butter pretzels and he will like you. I mean, I could always inject some of the cheap Coughlin pretzels with butter, but he needs to come back to Germany for me to send him butter pretzels because sending pretzels to the US is probably a little expensive. Houston, we have a problem. Yes. Nalf comes across a little more aggressive. Okay. I think, yeah, Timothy hit it on the head. We both have very lively and open personalities. I feel, like I said, I've never met Nalf, but I feel like the way he is, he's very open to anyone. And same as me, until you do something wrong that I don't like, I'm more than happy to invest my time into you and give you my time. Marianne sometimes says I spend way too much time speaking to people. And that's probably because I give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't want to like cut them off or not give them my time. I feel like he's probably more aggressive because the way he makes his videos. A lot of his videos are about things he's very passionate about, whether it be things happening in Germany or things that he's experiencing in Germany. A lot of his videos are about things he's experiencing, and he probably gets more aggressive because he's more passionate about it. I sometimes try to show my passion in my videos, but as much as when I'm filming in front of the camera, I could feel like I'm being very passionate. But then when I'm editing the video, it doesn't seem as extreme as what I thought it was going to be. And I'm one of those people that I don't retake anything. All the videos you've seen me post have been in one take. I only restart my videos when I mumble the words or mess something up. I don't actually plan what I'm going to. I don't actually plan. I just hit the plate. I don't actually plan what I'm going to say before I say it. So maybe it's the fact that he might do some extra takes to make sure everything gets put across a certain way. I don't know, but yeah, it's interesting that you say he comes off a little more aggressive than me, but also we're both very open and lively. Yeah, we both like knoppers. I never thought. See, is that another person said I never thought of the word aggressive in regards to Nalf. Creative and sensitive. I feel like he I feel like we both kind of have an eye for the minuscule things that people might miss in life. I know Mojo Jim and some of my followers like the fact that I film things that people might just walk by in everyday life and not actually see, and that's what I enjoy doing. But yeah, it depends. It's interesting because until I actually meet Nalf, I can't really say personally what it's like, but I feel like we're pretty similar, but we might get together and be complete opposites. It's interesting. And I've had that before where I thought I'd really get along with someone and we had nothing in common. And the people I thought I'd have nothing in common with have become some of my best friends. So it's interesting. I'm pretty impressed. This is all that's left of that whole bottle. Palm oil. Speaking of palm oil, pay attention in which sweets have the palm oil. If you haven't watched David Attenborough's newest documentary, definitely do it. I had no idea that the palm oil forests was such a massive, massive thing. So just on that whole palm oil comment. Very detail oriented. Yeah, I think Nal's probably more detail oriented in the way he speaks as well. I feel like sometimes when I edit my videos, I want to say a certain thing and I'll branch off into another direction. And then when I edit it, I'm like, what was I even talking about? I feel like Nalf's got it more scripted and streamlined than I do. Whereas I know what I want to shoot B-roll wise or subject wise. But when it comes to talking, I'm not as good as Nalf. Nalf's really, really good at putting his talking parts together.
Yeah.
Kinder Bueno. Marianne bought Kinder Bueno the other day. See, the thing with Marianne, when we're in the car, we listen to a lot of English music, like English artists. There's not a whole lot of German stuff unless we're listening to the radio. But I feel like German radio is different to English radio, whereas a lot of the stuff they play is more old.
No, it's just my
or your channel that you
yeah.
listen to. Oh, okay. It's just Marianne's radio channel.
Yeah, I like to listen to, what is it here? NDR2, NDR1, or back home. Or back home, it's RSR, like in Saxony, it's called
Radio
RSR,
Saxon,
where they stream a lot of like old-fashioned, cool songs from the 80s, from the 90s.
Yeah, we listen to a lot of 80s
kid, and
80s rock and stuff. There's sometimes on the radio it comes on.
I love these old.
Yeah. By the way, guys, I mentioned that probably no one in this chat has become a Patreon. Thank you so much to AUX Oz, Australian from Perth, has become a patron, and also Philip. You guys have both become patrons since I started streaming at 4 o'clock. So I think AUX isn't currently on the stream anymore. I'm not sure whether Philip's on the stream anymore, but thank you to both of you guys for becoming patrons. That's incredibly, incredibly awesome. Like I said, I wasn't expecting anyone to super chat or do anything like that. It's there. It's an option. Incredibly, incredibly thankful for you guys doing that. That's amazing. So Philip and AUX, I don't know your real name because it comes up with your email and that kind of thing for me. I'm not too sure, but incredibly, incredibly grateful. So Don, you sent me some stuff about the Philippines. I'll have to watch some stuff. I want to go to, I know it's not the Philippines, but I really want to go to Bali. I never really considered myself being a person that wanted to go to like Bali or Thailand or anything like that. I felt like I'd rather want to come to Europe. But now that I've been in Europe for so long, I feel like I really want to experience like Indonesia, whether it be the Philippines or whether it be Bali, at least once in my life. Okay, so catch up. You're just talking about Schlager music with everyone in the chat.
Sorry?
You're just talking about music with everyone in the chat.
Yeah.
Ooh, Knopper's Original versus Knopper's Regal. Regal, what's your take? Timothy, see you later. Thank you so much. Hopefully you enjoy your day, enjoy your errands.
I said it's really hard to choose because I love all that.
Yeah, it's Knoppers. It comes down to what you feel like, because the Knoppers Original is very wafer biscuit orientated, whereas the new Regal is more like it's very soft and caramelly. At least I haven't tried the coconut one. I've only tried the caramel one and the regular Regal. I'd probably say if they were both the exact same price, and that's the thing, you only get like 6 Regals for the price of like 5 Regals for the price of 10 or 12 Knoppers. So I'd probably say if they were the same price, I'd probably buy
they're more solid, I'd say. Like you get more out of the Regal, because if you have like an 8-pack or a 10-pack of Knoppers, like the normal Knoppers, you eat them like it was nothing, like. But the Regal, you can't can't really eat more than 2.
It's really hard, actually. I'm more inclined to say I prefer the Regal.
Oh, okay.
But at the same time, it's not every day you actually want to reach for a Knoppers Regal bar. Whereas every day I can sit there and go, I'm completely full, but I'll grab a Knoppers, like a regular one. I'd probably, it's general everyday life. I'd probably say I'd go the Regal. But then again, if any of you guys haven't tried, hold on, where is it? You guys are talking about Knoppers Regal all the time. What you guys need to start talking about is the new Pickup Salted Caramel. Werbung. If you guys haven't tried the Pickup Salted Caramel yet, you guys are missing out. We got it when it was on special last week. And I'm telling you right now, it kicks everything off the shelf. Salted caramel is a hard thing to do right, and I feel like Pickup has done the best job at salted caramel that I've had so far in Germany. It's
after Twix salted caramel.
It's good.
Twix salted caramel is also good.
A 5-pack of Pickup is only like €1 something, whereas
no. It was on special the other day for like 80 cents, but the original 5-pack is like 170.
How much is a Knoppers 10-pack?
180, 185.
Oh, that makes it hard, yeah. But definitely search for the Pickup salted caramel. We saw it it was new and it was on special for like the first week. So we grabbed some, and when we walked out of Coughlin, we opened one and tried it, and we were like, this is good. Like it was good.
Really good, yeah.
That's what you got. Mark Twain visited Australia because he's trying to start a new language.
Your buddy is on.
Yeah, it's talking about how he's depressed because he lost the starting job to tour. He was heartbroken. Enig. Man könnte aus einer Art deutschen Nicker bezeichnen. Schleichwerbung. Yeah, no, definitely recommend trying the Pickup salted caramel. Salted caramel is a fine art. You can have it as caramelly as you want, but if it doesn't have that saltiness, it's not salted caramel. But then if you overdo the saltiness and don't have enough caramel, then it's too salty. But if you get it right, it's a flavor that you can't get wrong if you get it right. Basically, it's a stupid saying, but if you get it right, you can't get it wrong. And yeah, they got it right. Oh, and I don't know whether this is because they're still here on the chat, but Henrik, you're a patron. Thank you so much. That's 3 patrons in my stream.
So nice of you guys.
It's insane. Like, I love getting those emails because it just goes to show that people, I guess, support what I'm trying to do on YouTube and understand that the time it takes and the effort that it takes to do this kind of stuff, it is worth a little bit of money. for some people that can't afford to do that, it's amazing. So yeah, like 3 people in the course of 3.5 hours. It's meant to be a 2-hour stream, but Marianne obviously is here watching her football and is allowing me to continue streaming. She's kind of half in on the live stream now. She's talking from the background.
I'm just having it on my phone.
She's in the chat and she's also talking through the live stream, which is cool.
And it's currently halftime, so.
And it's she's able to see the Packers game going. So last time I streamed way over time than what I was meant to. I went for like 5 hours, and it was just too long, which I realized kind of after the stream. So today we kind of put a time limit on it, and now it's still kind of gone over than what it was meant to, but it still feels like we've been streaming for like 20 minutes because you guys are asking all the questions, and yeah, it's awesome. That's you, Hannah. I convinced you by promising you a Helgoland video. Yeah, I have to look back in my messages because I actually messaged Marianne when was it? It was when maybe your mum was considering coming here. I messaged Marianne saying we have to go, like if we buy a Niedersachsen ticket for the train, which is like 20 euros, we can get a train to Hamburg, and then you can get a ferry or a train or something from Hamburg to Helgoland for like $10. And I'm like, so for 30 euros, we could go to Helgoland, and accommodation on Helgoland was actually not too bad. So I said, it's not as expensive as like a trip to Croatia or somewhere overseas. I said we could do a really cool like couple nights, like maybe a weekend or a long weekend in Helgoland, and do like, go see the rock faces, go see the town on the beach or on the ocean, go try the lobster rolls, all that kind of stuff. I don't even know how I found Helgoland in terms of how I even found out about it. But yeah, it was really cool. So definitely, Henna, when everything opens back up, I'll definitely produce a Helgoland video for you. No problem at all. Yes, only offshore island of Germany, and it was occupied by Denmark for a little bit. I think it swapped hands between British, Danish, and German occupancy. And this is how much I researched this place. Like, I really want to go there. You can actually go into like World War II tunnels where Allied and German forces used to go under to protect from attacks and stuff like that. There's a little tour. It's like a 1 or 2 kilometer long tunnel through the depths of Helgoland, and there's stuff in there like posters and signs still there from the war. So that kind of stuff, I was like, I have to check this out. And that kind of stuff is unbelievable for me. I still want to get to Auschwitz in Poland. That's probably my second on my list out of Iceland. My next place is probably Auschwitz that I want to go and see. And then, yeah, Helgoland is slowly climbing up that rank of places that I want to see. So, yeah, all the support. I love it.
Yeah, we have the USA pillow. I just saw that.
Who said that?
Hold on. Kaylee Kaku.
Good that you have a USA pillow. Yeah, it's one of our pillows that we have. We have that. We have the Mickey Mouse. You got me the Mickey Mouse, or Mom got me the Mickey Mouse.
No, I got you.
You got me the Mickey Mouse.
You can show them. Can you still catch?
Yeah.
What receive the skills?
We've got the Mickey Mouse with Jacob inscribed on the bottom of it. Marianne got me from. That was just the Disney store, the German Disney store. We've got Minnie Mouse. We've got Marianne's got a polar bear. I don't know if I can turn it a little bit more.
Hold on.
Marianne's got the polar bear is from SeaWorld in Australia.
A friend in Australia.
So we went to SeaWorld in Australia, and one of my really good friends, Bella, bought the polar bear for Marianne. She's also got the elephant, which she's had since Dresden. How long have you had Elfie for?
Oh, a long time. My mom got it for me. I love Elfie.
We've got Elfie, and then we've got Dresden. That's my old team in Brisbane that I played for the last year I was in Brisbane. That was the first year in Dresden, second year in Dresden, Hildesheim, Brisbane. I wore 81 every year. The 25 is because the first year that I was in Dresden was the 25th anniversary of Dresden Monarchs football. So yeah, we've got a little bit of everything in the living room. Rügen's another island, yeah. When I was doing A1 and A2 German, they actually mentioned Rügen in terms of like a holiday place. It's on the northeastern side of Germany. It's like above Berlin, like that area of Germany. So I saw a couple of things about Rügen when I was learning about Germany, and learning German. 20 minutes and you have circumnavigation. Yeah, it's only like a kilometer long, I think, from like point to point. It's like 1.2 kilometers long in terms of Helgoland. And there's only like one little spot on the island that's got hotels and stuff. It's on the north part where all the nice stone stuff is, the big stone tower. It must speak Frisian. What's Frisian? Is that like a type of dialect?
Maybe, yeah.
Speak Hochdeutsch. It's from Hamburg, so I imagine they would say moin moin. But other than that, I'm not too sure. It's great based on defense. Third quarter has just started.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'll see if I can Google it. Frisian, Helgoland. Helgoland language. It's probably going to just say
German.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Heligolandic or Hallunda is the dialect of the North Frisian language spoken on the German island of Heligoland in the North Sea. It is spoken today by some 500 of the island's 1,650 inhabitants and is also taught in the schools. It's like Icelandic. Icelandic, like traditional Icelandic in Iceland, is kind of dying away. There's not a whole lot of places that still teach or learn traditional Icelandic. I think English is actually taking over in Iceland as the major language. So only one moin. Okay, sorry, moin, moin, moin. I'm not quite sure how it works.
No, they say a lot of times they say moin,
Moin, moin.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, in Norden we speak 9 different Low German accents. I've never heard of Frisian. I've heard of, I mean, I haven't heard of a whole lot of dialects and stuff. I've heard of, Munich or people from Bayern speak different. People from Schwäbisch Hall or that kind of area speaks different. People from Cologne obviously speak Kolsch. Is it Kolsch? They speak Kolsch?
No, that's the beer.
But it's something like that.
Kolsch? Oh, do they? Oh, yeah, they could.
They speak Kolsch or Kolschen or something.
Kolsch? No, yeah.
I think and then people from Dresden and that kind of area speak like Saxon dialect. And then Hochdeutsch near Hanover, and then northern Germany, I'm guessing, speaks some kind of northern dialect like Hamburg, how they say moin or moin moin.
It's so hard for me to actually, when you go back to your hometown, to Saxony, and everyone has that very bad accent, Saxony accent, and I never had this really bad accent, and then I came here. And when I went back to Dresden to see my mom, I realized how bad it is. But it's not as bad as in Chemnitz or Leipzig.
But when you speak German, I can still make a difference between you and some people here.
Yeah,
when you
definitely. Definitely. But I'm not as bad. Like no. Gladly I'm not as bad. This is so unattractive.
When the 2 years I was in Dresden, I could barely understand a thing my teammates would say in German because I felt like half the time they were like, I have a bit of more trouble understanding male German speaking people than female. I just feel like the higher pitch of females makes it easier to understand. But on the bus and stuff like that, I felt like if I understood fluent German, I couldn't understand what they were saying because half the time it felt like they were just mumbling.
Yeah.
I couldn't understand anything. And that was a lot of the time when I was in Dresden, it was the same thing. Even when I came to Hildesheim at training and stuff with the players here in Hildesheim, I never really had that problem where I felt like I couldn't understand the words they were saying. But in Dresden, oh man, some of the times I'd turn to the other Germans and ask, how can you understand what he's saying? Like, I can't understand it.
Junge!
Bruder, was machst du? Junge. Junge, wie geht's, Junge? I understand Dutch, but yeah, like Dutch is kind of like half German sometimes as well. The get Germanized fellow likes to poke fun at the Saxons on a regular basis. I feel like if you come from, like, I poke fun at people from Adelaide in Australia all the time because of their, it's not really dialect, but the way that they say certain words. We kind of say they're a bit more fancy. They try to be fancy, the way they speak. So I feel like if I was German and knew the way certain German places spoke, I'd definitely poke fun at them as well. So I don't hold that against certain YouTube channels for doing that. What's the score? Still 21-0, man. At least make it interesting, Houston.
No, I don't need it to be interesting.
Now that there's less people watching the stream, I can actually eat my pancakes without looking like a pig.
Oh, you haven't even devoured them?
I've got one left now. I just ate one of them in lightning speed. Wait, you haven't? Yeah, no, Don, I haven't. One pancake is big enough to finish 3 of them. Takes a little bit of time.
And actually, Jacob doesn't swallow his food.
Yeah, I eat really quick, but I try to be polite in front of people.
Oh, but he's so quick.
I can eat. I was eating a bagel earlier. Yeah, I made that bagel before I even started the stream, and I totally forgot that I had it because I was focusing on drinking the wine. And then Marianne made me pancakes, and I still had the bagel. So I've eaten a bagel and some pancakes. That's a pretty healthy Sunday night, right? Bottle of wine, some bagels.
It's Sunday football night. You should be eating anything healthy. I even forgot to make my popcorn. What is going on?
Got a bagel with cream cheese, 3 pancakes, and a bottle of wine. That is, if that's not a perfect live stream meal, I don't know what is. Chewing is so important. Chewing is important, but sometimes it's like there's a saying like, why don't you chew your food? Don't you want to like enjoy it and stuff like that? I can have food in my mouth and taste it enough to enjoy it without having to chew it so much. But I do know that I eat way too quickly. Half the time I literally I inhale stuff like a vacuum, but
that's totally true.
It's just the way I was raised. When you're the youngest of 3, you're the smallest of the 3. Like, I'm a big dude, but I'm the smallest of the 3. If you don't eat quickly, you don't eat. Like, if we order 1 pizza, you better grab 2 pieces and eat it really quick. Otherwise, you're not getting the 3rd piece. So that's the way it is. That's the way I was raised. It's the same with drinking things. Like, I can drink a certain amount of liquid without even really thinking about it, because back when I was younger, it was like, okay, if you have that much stuff to drink it. Like, just drink it when you can.
You should better start drinking some water.
Well, that's the wine done. You've literally just been here, for most of you who haven't been here the whole stream, but the people that have been here the whole stream, you just watched me devour a bottle of wine on a live stream. That's 13.5%, 750 mils. Heck yeah, we did. See, this is like my Oktoberfest vlog from Dresden, where I had I think I had 5 glasses, 5 musts of beer. I was an absolute wreck after the filming finished. I was a wreck. I had to get carried home, but I finished 5 liters of beer, 3 schnapps. I was going crazy.
He normally is on.
And I don't drink. I drink 2 times a year, so I'm pretty impressed that I managed to finish that bottle and keep my speech somewhat coherent.
Yeah.
Oh, someone commented about pumpernickel. If you try pumpernickel for the first time, force yourself to chew it. You'll be surprised. Yeah, well, pumpernickel's real small and dense, so I imagine I'd have to chew it at least a little bit.
Oh!
I inhaled the pancakes. I definitely did. That's what you can see. This is why I eat these giant meals and these giant burgers, because by the time it gets processed in my system, I've already eaten a kilo of food.
Houston just scored their first touchdown.
Soda water, so technically he's drinking water. Yeah, soda has water, so technically I'm still drinking water. That's like when she gets home from work and she's like, "What did you drink today? Did you drink water?" And I'm like, "Well, I had an energy drink, which is 500 milliliters, and it's got water in it."
Nope.
In chewing, there's actually chemical process. Yeah, I know chewing helps with digestion, and the more broken down the food is, it stops it from staying in your stomach, and you can actually absorb minerals better. So I think I have to personally start thinking about that. Drinking water now, and you get Shawla in your sounds like a typical Sunday. Yep. Wine, pancakes, bagels, live streaming. Carbolic acid in the cellular. They used to call it tonic. It's like soda versus pop. Some places call it pop. Some people call it soda. Ollie, thank you for joining the stream. I'll duplicate your emoji. I'm on 3 hours and 46. I think at 4 hours, I'm going to call it a night. So that'd be 8 o'clock. $8 o'clock, I think I'll call it a night, because then I can watch a little bit of the football. And I don't even know what we're going to do after football's done. Sleep.
Watching another game?
Oh, yeah, what games are on at 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock?
Oh, hold up. Let me see.
No, Dolphins don't play.
No, they don't play, but let's see if there's any other good. Oh, I can't really see. Oh no, how do you do it here? The guide?
Guide. Yeah, guide and 49ers and Patriots at 9:10.
Oh, that's our next game for sure. Go 49ers! Go 49ers!
Yeah, 49ers weren't good against Miami, but then last week they came out and beat the Eagles. No, they lost against the Eagles last second.
But with 1 touchdown, I guess.
Yeah,
I think.
And the Patriots lost last week. That'll be an interesting game.
That'll be interesting, yeah. Actually.
Especially every week that goes on, the 49ers get more injuries back. So
it's just a good game to watch. I believe. Could be a good game.
Is it 3/4 time or what is it?
Yeah.
That's crazy. I still can't believe 3 people have become patrons. Just looking at my emails again. 3 people in the span of my stream decided to become patrons. That is awesome. I didn't think we were here so long. Do you buy the 24-hour clock in Deutschland? West Coast. So yeah, 49ers v New England starts 10 past 9 here. Because normally it's a 10 o'clock game, but because the time has changed over. It's now 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock, so 9 o'clock game. So yeah, not too much longer, and yeah, we'll be in the second round of games, which is good because Marion goes to bed for work a little bit earlier than I do, so she can watch a little bit of the second game.
Yeah.
Oh, they scored.
Making great game.
Houston scored.
Yeah, that's what I told you.
21-7.
Yeah.
8 minutes to go.
I mean, they're not having a super bad day today, but they're just not.
Well, Rodgers is 17 from 22 for 200 yards and 3 touchdowns. So no matter how good Houston's playing, if he's got those stats, just early in the third quarter, they're going to have a bad day.
And they already missed 1 touchdown. They had to punt.
So you make all week a live chat, then you have lots of Patreon. I mean, I can stay up all night if it means I've had 3 patrons in 4 hours. So if it means if I stay on for 24 hours, I make 20 patrons. I'm not against that. I just need to have 20 people promise me that they're going to become Patreon members. The stream was fun. Let's do it more often. It really feels like hanging out with a bunch of people. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like I've got a small community in terms of YouTube. Like 8,000 is like, for me, that's a lot. But 8,000 in terms of the YouTube community is nothing. But I feel like everyone's pretty active on here. Even if we only have like 30 to 40 people watching the stream at a time, most people like to actually comment and put stuff in the chat. So I wanted at this first stream, I wanted to kind of do it every so often, but because the stream was so long, like this one is so long, I feel like if I only do a short stream, there's not as much being discussed. So maybe I might do at least like a once a month stream. And if I find that one stream doesn't, cover enough stuff, I might turn it into like a 2 a month thing. But at the moment, I think 1 a month might be good. And then going forward, maybe doing a couple extra, maybe just a couple little tiny ones here and there. But every month, maybe having one big stream on like a Saturday or a Sunday night or something like that, so everyone can come and join in. Yeah, I think once a month sounds good because there's so much that goes on in a month. Like if I do it, like I Skype my mum once every couple, like maybe once, twice a week. And sometimes we sit there and just talk about random stuff without it actually meaning anything because not a lot of stuff happens, for me at least, inside a week. So for me to live stream, I can't really come up with a lot of stuff every single week that's happened. Whereas if I do a couple vlogs a week for 4 weeks, there's some stuff to talk about in the live stream. There might be some stuff that I haven't talked about on the vlog that I can talk about, because the last thing I want to do is have a live stream that isn't entertaining for you guys. Most of the time answering your questions, obviously, but also I want to talk about things that are happening in my life, whether it be football or otherwise. So live stream every month sounds like a man with a plan. Yeah. Did you announce this live stream up front? Because I had the plan. Originally, I wanted to do it on Wednesday. I wanted to do Wednesday night, but then I thought to myself that Wednesday night isn't really fitting for people from other places. I have some subscribers in the USA. I have some subscribers in Australia. I have some subscribers from other countries. So Wednesday night for me, I thought probably not a lot of people would get on and watch and participate. So I changed it last minute on Wednesday, and then we were trying to figure out what we were doing this weekend, whether I could do it Saturday, Sunday. So this was kind of a last minute thing. I had the idea in my head all week, but it was only really like this morning that I got up and actually organized the stream to happen. So I feel like maybe next month I'll organize it a lot earlier. I'll mention it in a couple of vlogs and say, this is the day that I'm going to stream. This is the day that I'm going to do this. And that way people can know that, Monday, Wednesday is when I'll see Jacob's vlogs. And then, Sunday, the last Sunday of the month or the first Sunday of the month or something like that is when he'll do his stream and do whatever from there. So, and then even if we have a thing where it's every month, you guys can obviously comment or mention things you want to see in the stream. So it might be you want me to do certain things, like today I was drinking wine. Next stream you might want to see me doing a certain other thing, or I don't know. It could kind of become a community thing where people mention things they want to see. Yeah, Marianne mentioned, originally, that's kind of the reason why it kind of stopped. It went from Wednesday, and then, I mean, it went from Wednesday. Or Devante's going to score?
Of course.
Wednesday was going to be a stream, but then we carved the pumpkins, and I wanted to do the pumpkin carving on the stream, so that way we were talking to you guys and also doing something. But Marianne thought it'd be kind of weird because you wouldn't be able to actually see us carving the pumpkins. So we turned that into a vlog, which you'll see soon this week. And we did that today early in the morning, and then I did this stream afterwards. So that's the thing, is trying to figure out something that we can do outside of just answering questions that will keep you guys entertained. So that's kind of the reason that it was kind of last minute. It was going to be pumpkin carving, but then it wasn't. It was always going to involve me sitting here and drinking a bottle of wine, or some wine, but we kind of changed the idea last minute. And that's the thing. I'm not really experienced with this whole live stream thing. So at the end of the day, it was kind of thinking of something that I could do that's going to appeal to everyone. So those scores, what's that, 28-7?
Mm-hmm.
I need to look at my fantasy team. I think my last live stream, you said, even mentioning it a few hours earlier, I think my last live stream, I had it planned for maybe a little under a week. I posted the thumbnail and everything was kind of prepared a little earlier. So that's probably the reason that last live stream I had more people constantly viewing. I think I had around 80 to 100 people most of the stream, whereas this one I've had between kind of 30 and 50. So it could be that people that wanted to watch didn't realize, or people that wanted to watch didn't know that it was happening and didn't, click on the link. Or because the thing with live streams, if you don't have your subscription notifications on, or you don't look at my community tab or anything, you won't notice it's happening. So that was kind of the thing that kind of made it hard to get it out so often. I put it on my Instagram, my Facebook, but we'll see. Salty Cracker does 4 live streams, 2 to 2.5 hours, totally stream. Of course, maybe it's Savage on live stream Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday. And Monday afternoon, he's an ad lunatic. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I could stream a couple times a week, but I feel like the content just wouldn't be there. I'd probably find myself sitting here just looking at my phone or waiting for you guys to ask questions. I wouldn't actually be able to sit here and talk the entire time because I wouldn't have anything to talk about, especially if I was doing it 3 days a week, because, every second day I don't do enough in the week, every week, especially at the moment while I'm trying to get my visa sorted. My weeks aren't incredibly exciting. I don't have football or this, that, the other. I'm not traveling. So my weeks aren't that exciting to stream 3 times a week. So that's why I'm thinking maybe once a month or something like that might be a better option. And then, kind of go from there and see if it's better to stream more often. Phil joined the chat earlier. He does a tech channel on top of the Deanna and Phil channel. I was maybe wanting to start streaming like gaming, because I do game a lot on my PlayStation, but I don't know whether I'd want to put that on this channel. Maybe I'd stream that on another channel or something like that. It really comes down to what's available, but I'm not too sure. Hova wat Freunde. Yeah, 1 live stream regularly. I know, because with the live stream, if you have viewers that constantly watch the whole live stream, it looks like your channel's had more viewers than it actually has. So the algorithm kind of plays with it that way. I'm not too sure. I don't know the whole thing, like ins and outs of the YouTube algorithm. I just kind of post videos and hope that they do well. A lot of the videos that I post hoping to do well don't. and the ones that I think aren't going to do good do really well. So it's kind of a mystery to me. We'll wait and see and have a look. Yeah, gaming on Twitch. That's what I thought. But with gaming on Twitch, you can have like people watching you for free, and then people have to subscribe to you. And I feel like having my gaming side of things on Twitch, it's kind of asking people to pay me money that I could just give them for free on my YouTube channel. So whether I just start another YouTube channel, which is just like punning for the people gaming or something like that, I have no idea. And also with my gaming, I tend to be more aggressive. I kind of bring out a different personality. I swear a lot when it comes to gaming. So I don't want to put that on my normal YouTube channel. So maybe in the coming months, I can figure out how to do that one way or the other. We'll have to see. I don't know how to do it even on no words, even don't feel comfortable on camera, even on Zoom chat. Yeah, I feel like that when there's people around. When I'm on my own, I'm kind of more comfortable, but it really comes down to what you're happy at. Yeah, gaming for the people. Exactly. Yeah, that's it. I have to figure out how to do that. Like I said, whether it comes to getting a fast card for my camera, doing some kind of gaming. I play video games that are kind of popular, but I'm not very good at them half the time. So we have to figure out what happens. Yeah, that's where all my swearing goes when I'm on my own playing video games like a child, is where all the swearing happens. But guys, it is now 8 p.m. We have hit 4 hours on the live stream. So I'm going to say thank you so much for watching. I'm going to watch the last quarter and a little bit of the game with Marianne. I'm going to get ready for Sunday night for bed. Like I said, thank you guys so much for watching. We're kind of hit like 30 to 40 viewers the whole way through the entire 4 hours, which is amazing. I hope you enjoyed. For the people that joined Patreon, like I said, you guys are amazing. For the people who have subscribed, that weren't subscribed, that watched this live stream, thank you guys so much. Thank you for coming and listening to me talk and drinking a whole bottle of wine, eating a bagel, eating some pancakes. I hope you guys enjoyed. As always, I will say thank you yet again. I'll have a vlog up maybe on Tuesday, I'm hoping for, if not a little bit later in the week. And I'll let you guys know a little earlier when I live stream next time. It won't be a couple hours in advance. It might be a couple days. But yeah, like I said, thank you guys so much for watching and keeping the chat so active. It's amazing how many people actually sit here and watch me and chat to each other in the chat as well. It's glad I can see a couple of you saying that it was fun, which is unbelievable. And yeah, as always, I'll see you next time. And we'll see what the next stream has to offer. But I don't want to do like the regular YouTube sign off, like my name is Jacob and this is Punning for the People. I'll see you in the next video, but kind of at the same time. So, but Marianne, say bye.
Bye. Thank you.
She's in a good mood because Green Bay's winning. I'm in a good mood because I've had a whole bottle of red wine. But yeah, like I said, I'll see you guys in the next video. It won't be live, but if you guys have any questions, reach out to me on Instagram. I'm more than happy to chat to you outside of the live stream. And I'll see you guys next time. So thanks for watching, guys. See you later. Live stream finished.